In rural Shropshire, close to the border with Wales, is hidden the most fascinating of historic homes.
Today, I am at Pitchford Hall, and Pitchford is considered England's finest Elizabethan half-timbered house. It was actually lost by the family in 1992. However, they managed to get the house back 25 years later.
This is an extraordinary story of heartbreak and stoic determination.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
With her husband James, Rowena Colthurst, whose mother inherited Pitchford in the early 1970s, has worked tirelessly to get the family home back. But now they're faced with the enormous task of recovering the building from years of neglect.
This is incredible. When I think of England, I think of green and houses that look just like this. Of course, it pulls at my heart because Hinchingbrooke, we had to do the exact same thing. The house was sold in the 1950s and lost. This family, Rowena and James, managed to get their family home back, and I can't wait to find out how they did it. When I married into the British aristocracy, it was the start of a wonderfully exciting journey. But it was also a little daunting. I became a Viscountess, and for an American girl from a small town outside Chicago, that was quite a shock.
I live with my husband Luke, heir to the Earl of Sandwich, and our family at Mapperton House in Dorset.
Living in a place like this is a joy, but also a challenge. And every day we're aware that we're preserving a very special part of Britain's heritage. Mapperton has opened up an extraordinary new world for me, and I can't wait to share it with you all.
So if you love castles and manors and stately homes as much as I do, please join this American Viscountess as I journey into the British countryside in search of some of Britain's finest historic houses.
So nice to meet you, so nice to meet you. Hello, I'm Julie.
This is Edward.
Hi, Edward. Hi, so, and who's that?
Doggy.
Doggy, love it.
Welcome.
It's amazing to be here. Are you gonna show me around as well?
Yeah.
Yep, perfect. Oh my goodness.
At the heart of the house is the Great Hall, where Rowena vividly remembers her mother's presence and tells me how the house was lost to the family in 1992.
We used to have a settle here where my mum used to love sitting. She'd be draped in cat, sitting there as close as possible to the fire. And that was basically a roaring of laughter, smoking lots of fags. I mean, absolutely outrageous. She was such a character.
Oh my goodness.
I can picture her there right now.
That's amazing. So you obviously grew up here. And then in 1992,
my parents just literally, it felt like overnight, suddenly told me they had to sell Pitchford, and my mum was the first person in the entire history of Pitchford since, you know, the medieval times to ever have to sell. And so it was absolute disaster, but they were Lloyds of London victims,
yes.
Both of them, same names in the disastrous syndicates. I mean, it happened so fast, I couldn't believe it.
Oh my goodness. So when they called you and told you, I mean, do you remember that feeling?
I remember it so well. I mean, James would tell you as well. I was sitting on the windowsill in floods of tears. And the incredible thing was my husband is just as passionate about Pitchford as I am. Obviously, I was lucky enough to grow up in this idyllic house. But he immediately is a very positive person. He took me to this old oak tree and we made a vow there and then that we'd try and do everything in our power to get the house back again.
Oh my gosh.
And it took us 25 years of trying to get the house back, and here we are.
And here we are. Oh my gosh. I mean, Rowena.
And to see Edward and Serena and Georgiana growing up and having the wonderful opportunities that I used to have,
yes.
That's what really moves me. And people have been unbelievably positive, and it's such a story of hope, and it's been the most incredible experience.
Oh my goodness. So you spent with James 25 years doing everything you could
Yes.
to get this house back.
In 1992, after valiant efforts to try to save Pitchford Hall for the nation, including debates in the Houses of Parliament, nothing could be done. And in September that year, the hall was sold.
So there was all the contents had to be sold. So Christie's were kind of all over the place, like putting stickers on all our things. James and I were here taking stickers off. Meanwhile, my parents have completely distraught and have gone off to Mexico. I mean, it was just appalling.
Oh my goodness, Rowena.
The house got sold, and in 1992 was probably the worst possible time to sell a house given the sort of state of the economy and everything. They sold it for under $1 million, like 700,000. I mean, nothing. They also had to pay back every penny we'd ever got for the roof, the 200,000. My dad had, English Heritage gave us an amazing 80% grant for the roof. We had to pay that back. And then all the contents got sold through Christie's.
Through Christie's. And who bought it?
So in the end, there were a few people who were interested, but the best option my mother thought was this Kuwaiti princess, because at least she had lots of money and she talked a good game in terms of wanting to do lots of things to it. And she was, of course, interested in the stable yard, but she really wanted to have loves horses, not houses, is my suspicion. Yeah.
Right. So she was here really for the stables.
She really wanted the stable yard because she had an Arabian stud farm, and that was the thing that was really important to her. So she didn't want the land. So we kept the estate. She had a ridiculous situation where we had all the estate, 1,000 acres or whatever, but minus the house.
From the moment the house was sold in September 1992, Rowena and James vowed to somehow, one day, get the house back.
I really hope my mum would be happy to see us here today.
Oh my gosh, she must be, jumping up and down for joy in greener pastures. I mean, that is what a story that you got. I mean, but just the determination that you and James had to get this back.
Pitchford traces its roots as far back as the Roman period, and you can really sense the layers of history here. Out on the estate, there's a special place where Pitchford derives its name.
So basically this is the kind of most incredible thing. There's a natural phenomenon of pitch, like black sticky bitumen, you won't believe this, seeping up through the ground, and that is why it's called Pitchford, because when I show you this incredible pitch well, it's next to the forge, and I was always told that it's a sacred place, and that's why there's this incredible aura of goodness around Pitchford.
Oh my goodness!
Here we go, this is the pitch well, but it's so cool. So I still get excited by this every time, and I've done this thousands of times.
This is the pitch.
Wow. Basically this.
Yes.
You're going to see. Look, can you see? Can you see there's so much of it?
There is.
Don't you think this is crazy? And it's just, and if you smell it.
It smells
oil.
Oil.
Yeah.
That's exactly right.
Natural oil. And they think that. So there is a lot of Roman stuff around here because we have a Roman road going through the estate, and we're part, a tributary of Watling Street.
Right.
And they think the Romans would have got so excited when they found this pitch that they might well have built a temple under the church. So we don't know for sure. So that's another thing to be discovered, layers of history.
Yes.
And so there we are.
This is the pitch well, but is the pitch everywhere, or is it just
here?
Just here.
Just literally here. This is it.
I'm always fascinated by how these houses have their names, the origins of them. And so the pitch there, and then we're coming up to the ford here.
The ford, and then there's the Pitchford family who were here in the medieval times, and the Pitchford church was built by one of the Pitchfords, and the Pitchford medieval house is under the Tudor house. And there's a crown post in the attic that I'll show you that proves that it's the medieval house that the Pitchford family used to live in. So we feel very much that they're an incredibly important part of the...
Of course, well, of the story. So underneath the house that I see now, this Elizabethan half-timbered house, underneath is the medieval.
The guts of a proper kind of open fire, the classic medieval hall.
Wonderful. Yeah. And then when exactly was the house that I'm seeing now, when was that built?
Yeah, so my understanding, so there was a rich wool merchant called Thomas Otley. So in those days they make incredible fortunes
Yes.
and will, believe it or not. And he bought the house, in the estate in 1473, but obviously didn't start building the house really until about 1549, I believe he started. I'm very excited to show you. This is a door that we always used to use. I mean, obviously that's the front door where guests and things come if there's a
Right.
party, but this is like the normal door. That's my bedroom up there with the bars and the
Oh,
window
yes,
to stop me
yes.
falling out.
So when you got the keys to the house, so this is 2016, September 28th, 25 years later, you get the family house back. You work so hard, you buy it back. And is this the door you went through, or was it, what happened?
No, so this is the door, and basically, I bet I was shaking so much that you can imagine that I couldn't get the key in the lock. And then I was like crying, half with joy and half with laughter and half with, I don't know what emotions were going on. It was absolutely crazy. But I was like literally shaking. Here we go. So come on in. So this is, oh my God, my usual front door. These are the stairs to my bedroom, this wonderful cantilever staircase where my mum kept all the millions of tins of cat food for our 3 cats.
So you walk in here, you get the keys.
This is the very first room I went into. This is our old anti-kitchen. And this is, again, where we used to have breakfast. But the first thing I saw was obviously the ceiling had collapsed, and that was like, oh my goodness. Part of me is thinking, having flashbacks, because basically this is one of my favourite rooms. It had beautiful copper pots and pans all around the room, all got sold at the Christie sale. We've no idea who bought those. This incredible, range, which is very similar to the one at Hampton Court. I don't know, there's so many different feelings, but the most ridiculous thing, and this is what really moved me, is there was a newspaper, my mum and dad's Telegraph newspaper from 1992, still sitting in here. It was just there.
No.
Time had stood still.
No.
It was insane.
So you walk through here and
there's this newspaper.
And there's this newspaper, 1992. Oh.
Just still sitting there.
But just still sitting there.
Hadn't moved, just where my parents left it.
Fantasy, myths, ancient beginnings. Elevate your historical exploration to unparalleled heights with a History Hits subscription. Don't miss out on our latest releases, where classicist Natalie Haynes travels to Corfu to unravel the story of the Gorgon Medusa, one of the most iconic yet misconstrued figures of Greek mythology. Join Jasmine Elmer as she dives into something that people have been obsessed with throughout history: dragons. Where did they come from? What exactly is a dragon? Finally, Dan Snow explores the ancient history of the Isles of Scilly and discovers burial grounds built thousands of years ago. Discover hundreds of hours of award-winning documentaries and ad-free podcasts with History Hit. Sign up for a special offer via the link in the description.
As we explore, what's clear is the enormous project Rowena and James have on their hands. But by opening up part of the house as a holiday let, they hope to fund the repair and restoration of some of these rooms in the former servants' quarters, which hark back to a different era.
There would have been gardeners and butlers and fishermen.
Yeah, of course.
Any number of incredible maids and wonderful people. This was the luggage room to the left here, just an entire room just dedicated to suitcases. I am really embarrassed to say this used to be my kind of fun room, and I did actually, I don't know what possessed me to paint it this colour, but as a teenager I thought that was the thing to do.
So you painted this bright red colour.
know,
How
so
old were you
embarrassing.
when you painted it?
When I was about 13 or something. I thought it was super cool. I had my record player up here, fantastic.
So this was for you growing up. What did this room represent?
Yeah, this was my own space to
Right.
have, my friends and just kind of do whatever I wanted up here.
So, but was it nice to see, I guess in one sense, when you came up after 25 years, at least the red was still here?
Red was still here, I know.
The red colour.
And then I also love this room for a different reason, because I was always told that there's this lovely little cubby hole with the window, and then my mum's psychic friend came and he said that there were these maids totally overexcited because they see that their master's coming home for Christmas.
Right, wait, so these were the ghosts. I am always fascinated about ghosts because we do have one grey lady in the Tudor room at Mapperton, but how many ghosts do you think you have here? Good ghosts at Pitchford?
So this will make you laugh. So this is a direct quote from my mum. She was told that the entire house was stuffed full of ghosts and they were all very lovely ones.
And they're all very lovely ones.
Edward was saying, yes, I have smelt, so my step-grandfather smoked these incredibly pungent cigars or cigarillos from Latin America. And so very often you get a whiff of the smoke. So I've totally smelt that, and that got really excited when I was 13. I smelt the smoke, and then you go running off to tell someone because you're so excited. By the time you come back, nothing.
Nothing, right.
And then Edward, I was in the Great Hall when you saw. Well, tell Julie what you saw.
Well, the first time I saw a ghost was when I was about 4, and like someone who was doing work on the house had like just left. And then I saw this black figure, and I was like, I said hello to it, and like, it just paused, looked at me, and then like just carried on walking outside of a door. And it looked like Darth Vader. And
I
then
thought he was a bit rude because he wasn't talking to you. I remember that.
For some reason, like ghosts don't come where there's like for more than like one person. I mean, that's what they usually like to do. I mean, they're walking around when like there's no one there because they know that no one's going to see them.
Right, exactly. And then maybe they think of like children as won't get as scared, so they come out, whereas adults can get, I think, a little, I think you're right. It's a
Maybe
good
they're
theory.
quite shy.
Yeah, that's a good theory. So, Edward, do you ever come up here and play a little bit of hide and seek? Or Nope. Nope. What do you think of the red color that your mommy painted when she was 13?
So embarrassing.
A bit too red.
I don't know what possessed me.
I think it's brilliant.
I thought it was so cool at the time.
But where are we in the house? Obviously, the servants used to be the servants' quarters, but not when you were growing up.
Yes, it's really the Victorian wing, and the way I would best describe it is the classic Tudor part is an Elizabethan E-shaped house, and then they added a servants' wing on, and it became an F-shape.
So how many rooms in the house are there?
Yeah, it's an excellent question, and I think it's partly a subjective answer, but I'd say maybe like 40 or 50 rooms, but now there's 52 because I discovered 2 more rooms, which I didn't even know about when we got the house back and went round with the children, because they obviously wanted to see every single room and explore every inch of Pitchford. Careful of the dodgy floorboards.
I will be careful of the dodgy. Look at
But
these.
look at this. This is what we. I mean, this is like. You see this? We've got an insane amount of work to do.
The ceiling, yes, the ceiling everywhere. But there's something. I know it looks like the ceiling's about to collapse, but there's something rather beautiful about it.
I completely agree. I mean, my husband's nephew got married at Pitchford recently. The first wedding we'd had since the house had come back. So. In 25 years, and Gabby, his beautiful wife, had wedding photos taken here, and they looked fabulous.
Yeah, it's very, I mean, you know, this is what people want. They want this sort of rustic, run down, shabby chic. The ceiling's about to fall through, but this obviously is a lot of work, though, when you want to.
Yeah. No, I mean, it is a huge amount.
This is a massive amount of work. All right, so what room are we heading to next?
Really, really want to show you this special room. So this is what I was always told. My mum was always fascinated by all the ghosts and everything. We always had lots of wonderful psychic people. And so I was always told that this room in here is unbelievable. It's got the lady.
I can feel it.
It's got a special. You always feel like
I can feel that.
Energy.
I feel. I'm walking into the room now.
It feels different, doesn't it? Oh my God! I feel everything's tingly. It makes
I can feel it.
So bizarre.
Is this weird?
It's so bizarre. So the lady who's in here was like the head servant lady, and she was just apparently this life force, incredible woman, power, positivity, and she loved protecting the house. And apparently there's an aura of goodness that protects the house. Oh. And this is you can actually feel
you
that
can feel it.
Energy.
You can feel it, and I love that the room is this pink color too, because it's sort of a happy color. Well, it is a happy color.
That looks fun.
This looks like an old fuse box here. I heard the clicking. and I had to look over. It's an old fuse box, obviously completely detached. That looks like a fun project. I think that you can already tell, I've only been here for half a day, and I can already feel the good energy, not just in this room, but all around, you can feel it.
And my great aunt taught me to do water divining, and there's just so many incredible things that happen at Pitchford. And people just feel alive and happy.
I'm just about to meet Rowena and James, and it's a beautiful day. I can see that they're waiting for me there. Oh, they're so lovely. They have some wine waiting for me.
We're meeting at the Orangery, which is one of the first buildings James and Rowena restored when they returned to Pitchford.
Can I first, I'm gonna do lots of these, so I'm gonna do one right now because I feel really honored to be here, I have to say. And just, your story is, I mean, it's one of a kind, remarkable story. And it really sort of tears at your heart when, when I was walking around with you today.
Yeah.
And just,
I think we can hardly believe it ourselves.
do you still feel sort of 5 years on?
We do. You still kind of pinch yourself at times and think, look, it's been 5 years, but that, I think it's really important to have that sense of excitement and keep on having that sense of excitement. If we ever take Pitchford for granted, that is a complete disaster. So yes, but you do now and again have to remind yourself of that initial kind of excitement when Rowena walked through the door, after 25 years.
Yeah, you made this pact. You were going to do everything you can to get Pitchford back. And those 25 years, can you just talk me through really the ups and the downs of it? And did you really feel you could do it?
Look, I think there were absolute times when we thought we can do this. And at absolute times when we thought it's just never going to happen, not hope in hell. So it went in kind of waves. Sometimes we felt kind of confident there were things that were happened.
Right.
Sometimes we'd hear kind of gossip from, let's say the village or something that looked like it was possible.
Right.
And other times, we just thought it's never going to happen and we should forget this kind of dream. But we never quite did. We always knew the estate was a brilliant platform to kind of launch, potentially a bid for the hall. So we spent those 25 years building up the estate, doing up derelict buildings, farm buildings, and turning them into kind of holiday cottages.
Yes.
Trying to make, essentially the funding that would then make going for the hall kind of possible. So yeah, we did. We spent 25 years just building out that position.
Right.
And then it eventually happened.
Yeah, and working full time, both of you.
Oh no, that was a really important part of it. We spent most weekends out here, and what was absolutely brilliant is so many of our friends were part of that hope. So they'd come up. We'd start off with the lodge. My mum let James and I have the lodge as our weekend thing, and then we eventually turned that into a holiday let. That was the very first commercial thing when we, after my parents and everything. But the joy of the friends willing us on is what I was thinking about, the impetus and everyone rooting for us basically, which was really special.
Yeah, no, I mean, again, it's the most remarkable, story of saving and getting back the lost family home. Well, cheers to both of you, because this is just the start. I can feel that. And I cannot wait to explore more and see what you both have done.
Oh, thank you very much.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Pitchford Hall, to me, is the most remarkable story I've ever heard of a historic house being saved by the family. I mean, it's inspiring to hear James and Rowena talk about the 25 years that they took and worked towards getting the family house back is inspiring in itself. But now they're on this different journey, and it's about getting the treasures back, but also making sure that this survives for generations to come. What they have done to save this historic house, it will be talked about for years and years to come.
Pitchford Hall is layered in history, with much of the building constructed in the 16th century, during the Elizabethan era, when this beautiful half-timbered style was the height of fashion.
I attended the first day of the sale. There were 2 days. There were 2 days, and I went to the first day, and everything, pretty well everything, was sold on that day, and everything would go out. Let's say that lamp or the cork cupboard would go out of that door, go into the marquee, go to the auctioneer's kind of thing, and the gavel would come down, and that was gone. And this is our kind of Bible of what happened in 1992 in terms of the Christie's catalogue. Right. And how many items are there?
I mean, it's a thick book.
Yeah, it's a huge
that is
book.
Thick. So how many items in total?
1,047 lots. 1,047 so that's why it's 2 days.
Oh my goodness, that just gives me chills.
It was a bizarre atmosphere of, in a way, it's quite a social event because people were interested in what was happening at Pitchford, and you had hundreds and hundreds of people, and everyone, in a sense, wanted to kind of own a piece of Pitchford.
You're on a treasure hunt now. You've got the house back.
Yep.
You know, the house itself, the walls of the house back. It's now starting to fill it with the treasures that it once had. And what has that process been like? Yeah,
look, a treasure hunt is absolutely right. That's exactly what we feel. And I look at a piece of furniture just over there, and that came back from Shropshire. It was about 20 miles from here. It was owned by a woman who was downsizing, and she wanted it to go back to Pitchford. So, every room I go into now, I can see these objects from the treasure hunt that have returned.
How many of the 1,047 objects do you think you now have in possession?
I think it's probably only about 50. So there's a huge treasure hunt ahead of us.
For James, of the 1,000 or so pieces still to find, there's one in particular which he would love to see back at Pitchford.
There are a number of items that I feel really important to me, and there was one that was the cabinet table. So it was in number 10 Downing Street. It was used as Gladstone, the Prime Minister, as his kind of cabinet table, and it was given to, I think it was through the Lord Rosebery family, and Lord Rosebery family was a British Prime Minister, and his daughter owned Pitchford, Lady Sybil Grant.
Oh yes,
so that feels like, I'm very interested in politics. I work in politics. Yeah. Having that cabinet table back is really important to us.
And there's one painting by the early 19th century artist James Ward, which would have pride of place back here.
So it's only really good painting that has kind of Pitchford Hall in it. Now it's also got a horse, a beautiful horse, but obviously we're interested in Pitchford Hall. And this is it, in the Christie's catalogue, by James Ward, painted in 1822. I assume, and I'm not sure if the artist ever came to Pitchford because it's a slightly different landscape, but I assume he kind of romanticised the landscape. But the importance for us is just a wonderful picture of Pitchford Hall with the smoke kind of billowing out of the many chimneys at Pitchford.
Yes, but this horse, this is for me, this in one way or another represents the Kuwaiti princess.
It does, it's so true.
And it's all of a sudden the horse is looking on.
Yeah, it's startlingly, it's incredibly ironic because it calls, the painting is a Bay Arab horse, and it looks exactly like the horses that the previous Kuwaiti owner had at Pitchford. And you're absolutely right, it's looking slightly askance at us.
As word gets out that James and Rowena are on a treasure hunt to restore the family collection to Pitchford, people have come forward with some of the pieces sold in 1992.
And there was one particular lady who said, look, I've got the painting, let's work towards you kind of getting it back. And these things take time.
Yes.
They're not necessarily easy. and the funding wasn't there. You know, we didn't have the funding to pay for that painting. And amazingly, I did during lockdown, like you did. We did a few kind of virtual tours, and there was a man from Texas, from Houston in Texas, who we did a virtual tour with, and I mentioned the importance of the Jenkins and Barb painting to Pitchford, and he said, "James, I'll buy it back for you."
No.
Yes.
And you've never met him?
But he just said, "Look, James, I'll
Oh my goodness.
I'll give you the money."
That just gave me chills. That is incredible. So where is the painting now?
We are going to hang it.
Hang it?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it here?
Yeah, it's in the porch.
So I get to, can I help a little bit?
Yeah, no, well, I'd love you to. I'd love you.
Oh.
We need it. It's quite big. It's quite a big
goodness.
painting.
I am so happy I'm actually here on a day that, you know, a treasure gets to be hung and be seen. This is it, everybody. The moment has arrived. One of the big treasures is just about to come through the door, and we're going to hang it. And this is so exciting for me and for James and Rowena. An incredible, incredible story of a treasure being recovered. Yay! Here it is. This is so exciting. Oh my gosh.
There we go, Julie.
Wow. Holy cow. Oh my goodness. How do you feel, right?
Well, look, we've spent 5 years trying to get this painting back in to the hall, and it hadn't been in. This left in 1992. Okay, we're just going to hang it in the drawing room.
Yep, in the drawing room.
Very gently.
Beautiful. Oh my gosh, it's giving me chills.
But it's such a prominent painting.
It is.
Okay, shall I?
Take one of those that
Yeah.
I might learn something here as well, how to hang.
Well, Rupert's the expert, and has helped us kind of hang all the paintings in the house.
Now, do you want me to help at all? Do you need me to hold anything?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Just stabilize it would be
Okay. Let me just go
great.
here.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Ready?
Yeah.
Let's see. Hang on, let me double check.
Yeah.
Be on that J hook.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. Oh my goodness.
It's 11 hooks.
Can I let go at the bottom here? You're fine. I know you just. Oh my goodness. Okay.
It's best to level it by eye anyway, because nothing's straight in this house. So.
Exactly.
Okay, let's go back and see.
It looks, wonderful. Just, you know what? Out of all the paintings that were sold in the Christie's, having this one.
Exactly.
Now, because there's life in this house again.
Yeah.
And that represents the smoke coming out of the chimney. Life has returned. Then, I meet up with Rowena to visit someone very special who has kept the spirit of Pitchford alive for over 30 years. So we're heading off to, is it Violet?
So this is the North Lodge where Vic and Vi, very, very sadly, Vic unfortunately died quite recently, but we were so fond of him. But Vic and Vi have been here forever. They're absolutely salt of the earth, the most wonderful people. She's like my granny. And they used to look after us in the good old days when we had Pitchford, so they know my mum and dad. They call my mum Mrs. C, my dad Mr. C, and they're just brilliant. And I can't wait for you to meet Vi, because she's such a character, and she knows everything about the ghosts, my parents. She's fabulous. There's Vi, there's Vi. Oh, hi Vi. This is Julie, and this is Vi Roberts.
Hi. So nice to meet you. I've heard so much about you. We were just walking
I hope
down.
it was good.
It was all good.
Oh, good.
How long have you been here at Pitchford?
Since 1989.
Okay, right. So you've seen it when obviously Rowena's parents were here.
Oh, yes.
And then 3 years later, 1992, it was sold. And do you remember that happening and what was going on?
Yes. It
And
was horrible.
yeah, over those 25 years, who was looking after the house?
Vic and Vi, they were the custodians.
You were the custodians. So you would go in and do what you could just to make sure that it was still standing, really?
Well, we couldn't do much because there was no furniture in there.
Right.
So there wasn't an awful lot we could do but fight dust.
Fight dust.
And that was a continuous battle.
Yes.
But apart from that, we kept the rats out and we kept the mice out. And as
Right.
it was deteriorating rapidly, we could see it. It was breaking my heart
Yes.
to see it falling apart. Yeah, I kept saying to, for God's sake, raise the money and buy it back.
Right. Did you think that that was possible? Did you think? Because when I was speaking to...
Oh, I knew they would.
You did.
I'd got faith in them. I knew they would.
So how is it now just having Rowena and James's children around? So you've got Edward, Serena, and Georgiana. Is it feeling like, because of course it feels like it's back to life, but for you, having seen these changes, the sadness of the cell of the house.
Yes, but you do, you look positive now.
Yeah.
That's gone.
Yes, yes. I want to ask both of you, and it would be interesting to see if it's the same or if it's different. But if there's a room in the house that is just your favorite room. I know I have one at Mapperton. Mine is actually a loo.
I love that. I love that.
I'm obsessed with the Thunderbox loo room at
Brilliant.
Mapperton, and I think it's because as an American, we don't really have Thunderbox's loo. But all in that loo, we've decorated with all of the Earl of Sandwich
Brilliant.
painting, well, sort of pictures if you like.
Yeah,
but is there
yeah.
a room in Pitchford that holds some great memory, fond memories
Oh,
for
my
you?
kitchen.
Kitchen.
Definitely my
Because
kitchen.
I took you in there, the oven, the two ovens are still there, and I can still picture you making all that amazing food, and that terrible time where the whole thing roast fell on the floor. What happened there? That was a disaster.
Ponta beat me to it though, didn't he?
The Labrador.
The Labrador grabbed hold of this leg of lamb and took off with it. It was a nightmare. Luckily, I'd got another piece of meat in the fridge thawing out for it the next day, and I had to grab that and tell them lunch will be a little late.
For me, I think it depends what mood you're in. I mean, I love the attic, and sometimes if I'm in a contemplative mood, I'll go up there, or the great hall with that roaring fire, it's fantastic, or obviously my bedroom, my parents' room. I find it
Yeah, it
impossible
just
to give
depends.
one
Yeah,
room.
it's so true.
And the Life Force lady room, I go in there, I love that one.
Yeah.
I love the whole house. I don't know
Of
what to
course you-
say.
Yeah, no, okay, well, don't. But you've given some great examples. I know it would be so hard. I think for me, because if I were to ask my husband the same question, if
Yeah,
he
what
had
would
to pick
you
a room,
say?
I think he would choose, like you,
Yeah.
it just depends
Yeah.
on the mood that he's in,
Yeah.
because he
Yeah.
grew up in that house. And what do you feel would be, I guess, a hope for you, and how you would see Pitchford in the future?
It's going to go from strength to strength, there's no doubt about that. But I don't suppose I shall still be around, but I'd love to see that little boy taking over here.
Oh, bye. Oh.
Yeah, I won't be around, but I'll be looking down.
Oh, bye. Oh, it was just...
Now I got tears in my eyes. Oh,
Yeah.
but you will be around. You'll just be in
A different place.
a different place,
Yeah.
but you'll still be here.
Yeah.
Pitchford Hall is layered in history, with much of the building constructed in the 16th century, during the Elizabethan era, when this beautiful half-timbered style was the height of fashion. It may look stunning, but it needs a lot of repair and restoration.
I hear you're going to be putting me to work.
Yes. First of all, we've got to spray down this exposed panel that's failed, because lime needs lots of water. So
Okay, so I'm just going to have you back completely up, because you're the professional
Yeah.
and I'm not. Tell me a little bit about the history of this exterior and what it takes to repair it.
Well, this house has, been built over many years, but this bit's Elizabethan, this section.
Right.
And it's in a bit of a poor state, unfortunately.
Yes.
It's not much what was done for 20 years, so it's an ongoing thing. Every summer we start and keep going, and then down tools for the winter.
And here you are again. So
Yeah.
how many years have you been working on
I've been on
Pitchford?
this for 5 years. I started on the medieval section, which is just over there.
Right.
Which has been turned into a holiday let.
Yes, yes.
So it can pay its way.
So you're now on the Elizabethan part of
Yeah.
the house. And what are you doing exactly? What are you repairing?
I'm repairing all the plaster panels. 'Cause
Right.
They've been repaired with varying different materials, so we're putting it back using the right stuff, the right techniques, so it will last, because the wrong stuff, like cement and other things, it just damages the timbers because the building can't breathe. That's why we use the lime. It would have all originally been lath. The brick infill was just done because it was easier.
Now
It's less
explain to me
time-consuming.
lath, because
The lath is a wooden cut or split, and it's timbers like such as beech or oak. That's split, and you leave the small gaps.
Right.
And then you press the plaster in, and
Yes.
the plaster falls through the back, and we call those snots.
Okay.
In the trade, so they droop through, and then once it sets, that's the key. It goes rock hard.
and it goes rock hard.
And you build it up over layers.
Right.
Whereas the brick infill there was done much later because it's easier. Because each slat has to be nailed in, and it's so. But the problem
Right.
that you have with the brick is it puts a lot more weight on the building.
So you're here on the Elizabethan part now. I see you've got, that's the lath there.
That's original. Because they are just hand split sections.
So you today, and well, for the past
Yeah.
5 years, you're taking off the paneling
Yeah, that's failing.
that's failing.
And where the wrong materials have been used.
Big question for you. Do you call them panels?
Yeah.
Yeah. How many panels have you restored so far?
I did the other side as well, hundreds. Yeah, hundreds.
And how many more do you have to go?
Thousands. Yeah, it's a lot. There's a lot. It's all over. But we're just prioritising the stuff that's really failing, that's letting water in.
So you will repair all of that?
No, you will.
Are you going to put me to work?
Yes.
Okay. So what do
First
you
thing
need to
is-
do, and what do I need
first
to
thing,
do?
lime needs lots of water because it's not like cement, which is a chemical reaction. Lime reacts with the atmosphere. So
Okay.
it needs to stay wet.
So my first task is to dampen the area we're going to be working on.
All of it.
Yeah.
Inside. So I can definitely see through here. I
Yeah.
can see the interior wall, right?
Yeah.
And then the space in between. How am I doing, Nick?
Good. Yeah, just make sure you get the edges of the timber because
Oh, yeah.
it's very dry timber and that will suck the moisture out of the plaster as
see.
it goes in and dry it out too quickly.
And what about the timber on the inside
That's fine.
there?
Just leave that. Don't worry
Okay.
about that. It will get wet, but it'll dry.
Okay. Okay. I see.
Then it's time to prepare the lime itself with one key ingredient which will help fix it to the timber.
Yeah. Well, lime's it's pretty strong, but we want to bind it together, and the hair, all the fibres, give it its strength. So even if it cracks, like you can see all these cracks, it won't fall out because there's thousands of hairs in there that just. It's like
Bind
it's
it
like
together.
fiberglass. So it's the
Right.
same sort of principle. So
Oh
here we
my
go. This is a lime plaster
Okay.
that was made from lime putty
Yep.
and sand, and then this is the hair here. This is you get it in
I
these.
had no idea.
You get it in these rounds. This is Chinese yak hair.
Okay.
Well, it's goat hair, horse hair, anything's good really. So what you have to do
Yeah.
is sprinkle it bit by bit.
Oh my goodness.
So if you want to, and then you have to hand turn it. You can't mix it with it mechanically because the hair just binds round and you end up with a big like a fur ball.
And how do you know how much hair to put in here? Obviously a lot more.
Yeah.
You tell me. And can I just ask you now that we're mixing, how did you get into this line of work? Because, you know, the thing about
I've been
these
doing it,
historic houses
yeah.
is the craftsmen, and you're far and few between these.
Well, I know. The thing is, I specialise because I just love old buildings. And
Right.
perfect place to work.
Perfect place to work.
Yeah.
We forget all these wonderful traditions and the way that things, you know, were made, you know,
I think we're
hundreds
ready
of
now.
years ago.
Scoop a little bit up.
Yeah.
You just get it on the trowel and you press that in gently. Because what we want to do, we want to press this through the laths so they form those snots, as we said.
Yeah.
And then just
Okay, I
keep
have to
going.
have you watch. You have to do it first. I've got to see
Okay.
this first.
Right.
I cannot do this by myself.
So I'll just get a little bit
I
on.
cannot mess this up. I'll never be asked back. Oh my goodness.
So I just wiggle it on, and it's the first bit you press in, so it's almost, so I know that that's gone through there because it's only very thin, and then we'll add more to that.
Okay.
The plaster can't fall through because the hair is attaching it to the rest of it.
the rest
So even
of
when
it.
you've got big gaps there, it will fill it.
Oh my gosh.
So once we get it like that, we'll then build it up just a few more mil, and then you have a different type of plaster goes on the top.
And how long does it take for this to dry?
Well, it's not the drying we want.
Oh.
It's the chemical process. We want the carbonation to happen.
To happen.
So I'll be able to top coat this maybe in about 3 or 4 days.
Right, right.
So we'll cover it with a sheet. We'll wet the sheet too because we don't want it to dry. Because if it dries, it cracks and it literally will start to fall out.
Start to fall out.
Yeah.
I see. All right.
This is why people use cement to cut corners, because it goes off in a few hours and it's hard the next day.
Right.
Whereas this
Takes 3 to 4
you
days.
can't rush it.
Right.
It's,
right.
So I'll hold that.
Okay.
That's your.
Okay. Oh dear. Okay.
Don't worry.
I can't mess it up.
I'll put some on your trowel for you
Okay.
then.
Okay. This is, I have to say, one of the most exciting things I've done. I know that sounds crazy. 'Cause
So, like I said, just tilt it up when you get it on there. Just.
and go up above here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tilt.
Yeah, and just
Push it up.
gently push that up. That's it. Perfect.
All right.
And that's it. And you keep adding.
Okay.
And you build up the layers.
It's it's wonderfully soft. So do you want me to go up?
Yeah, keep going.
This is so much fun, but thank goodness I'm under the careful guidance of Nick, who specializes in these traditional techniques.
This has got quite a lot of hair in it because we've got some big gaps here, and you can also use it to repair the holes in the timbers. So we'll add even more hair because then this can be coloured and stained to match.
It's quite satisfying.
It is.
It's really satisfying. Sorry, that was a bit messy.
No, there's no, mess is
matter?
fine. Yep.
Okay. Okay. Oops. Gosh, I want to make it perfect, but I guess it doesn't matter.
Sign your name in it, so put your initials.
Can I?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm going to do JH, everybody, for Hinchingbrook. Somehow Hinchingbrook needs to live on, so I'll sign it with JH, Julie Hinchingbrook. Oh my gosh, thanks. Thanks, Nick. It's rather exciting.
It's left for 3 or 4 days, then another layer is applied before it's covered in 5 coats of lime wash. You certainly need to be patient in this job.
What we were just doing over there is
Yeah.
this
Yeah.
finished.
When I apply the top coat.
When you apply the
Yeah,
top
that's
coat,
right, yeah.
that is that finished.
Yeah.
And then you have to cover
so
it up.
it's three processes really. It's base coat, top coat, and lime wash.
And lime wash. Okay. Now you have, these are all covered up here.
Yeah,
and
it's because it's sunny and it's hot. And
Right.
again, it's just like the lime wash because it's made from the same stuff. If it dries too quickly, it fails.
It fails.
And this will be soaked tonight with water, so
So you'll soak it again
Yeah.
with water. So should we pin this one
yeah,
back
I'll
up?
tack that up.
And these have all had the same first coat down here. These have
Yeah.
all been first coated by you throughout.
Yeah, they were done today.
Right. So how much, so those were, you've done one coat, and then how long do you have to wait to do the next coat, and then the next coat, and then the next coat, till you get 4 to 5?
Probably a day or so, 2 days, I would.
Oh my goodness.
You can tell really. It's no, the elements decide it as well. So
Right.
you just got to.
Right,
just
so it's
touch
a
it.
long process.
Yeah, and
It
this
really-
is why restoration is expensive, and that's why so many people cut corners using the wrong materials, because you could do this in cement and have it painted with a masonry paint in 2 days.
Right, whereas this is,
It takes weeks, yeah.
yeah. Now, I also hear that there's another project that you're working on
Yeah.
that has a royal connection.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yes.
Can I come visit you later?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
One of the things about historic houses is that they usually come with a lot of other buildings. And back in the day, those other buildings would be used really for the family or for the staff. But times have changed. These historic houses have to find new ways to generate income. And so here we are at Pitchford, and you can see I'm walking through what really were the old stables, but now they've been repurposed by James and Rowena into workshops. And I can really relate to this because it's the same thing at Mapperton. We have old buildings down there that we need to repurpose and use them in a way that will help generate income for the estate. So I'm heading now off to see a sculpture here, and I believe it's this one right here.
Hello.
Hello! Michael, I was told to find you here. I'm Julie.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. I've just been looking around the stable yard and how it's been repurposed into these wonderful workshop spaces.
Yes. I've been here 6 months or less in terms of actually working here, and in that time, all the other spaces have filled up. Right. So it's an incredible hub of people now, and it's just really exciting. You go outside the doors and you bump into the next person, and they're making something, they're creating something. So yeah, it's really filled up, and it's lovely place.
Is this your space to kind of create and
escape to and create? Yes.
So talk me through though the process.
It starts with a series of drawings, really. There's a lot of research that goes into the sculpture, both in terms of context, how it will sit in its final position, and also because it's St. Michael, the symbolism and key features that I might want to pull into the piece.
So how tall will the final piece be?
So the final piece is going to be 1.3 meters.
Right.
And
it's a little bit less than me, so that's quite big. There we go. Yes.
And it will actually stand a couple of almost, I think it's about 1.5 meters off the ground on a plinth, one side of the chancel arch for a church just outside of London.
There is such a creative community here at Pitchford, and wonderful spaces still to be developed and restored.
Where are we now?
This is where the farrier used to operate. There is talk of getting someone in to come and do and get it working again, but it actually does all. There's a small hole.
Look at this bellow. Is that a bellow?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Excuse the scaffold.
Oh my goodness.
And obviously it was operated by Harry.
No.
And
look at this.
It needs tuning, but it does work.
Here, I'm going to give Harry's bellow a blow. Oh my gosh, I've never... Do these still exist, these big bellows?
Rare as hen's teeth.
That's what I was about to say. Oh my goodness. This is incredible.
Yeah.
Oh, and that's the bench for...
That's for... Yeah, there would have been an anvil in here as well.
Yes.
Because that's, a very heavy duty.
Right. So this is an opportunity for an artist to come in here and...
Yeah, and maybe do courses in metalwork.
Do courses. Fantastic. That was fun. All right, I see some bits right there.
Yeah.
That makes me think...
Lime washing.
We're on to do some more.
Yeah.
So where are we heading to now?
This is a treehouse.
Okay.
And noted to be the oldest one in the world.
What?
The oldest treehouse in the world.
My understanding is that this was Queen Victoria.
She
had tea
stayed
here?
Yeah, when she stayed here, she stayed in the main house
and she took tea here.
Yeah.
And it's the oldest tree house in the world.
It is.
And we're going to repair it.
Well, it's been unsensitively repaired in the past, so.
So you've got the scaffolding up, I see.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Similar work going on as down at the main hall that we saw earlier.
Ah, so you've got. Remind me what the.
That's lath.
Lath. That's it.
That's new stuff I'm putting in because someone had put steel mesh and had used cement. So I've removed that.
The tree. Oh my goodness. And why is there metal?
There's lots of holes. I mean, it is like a zoo in there. There's that many animals living in it. So, and it's hollow, it's grown, it's fallen down, it's regrown.
Oh my goodness. But yeah, but it's still...
Yeah, it's a lime tree.
Yeah, it's lovely.
It's had a lot of mistletoe on it last year. It's all been removed.
Oh, it's beautiful. All right, should we go up?
Yep.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, I quite like this scaffolding. I feel like I could do some acro yoga on this. Yep.
Well, come on up.
Okay, great. Before we start to lime wash, there's obviously a drone right there.
Right.
We can wave to everybody. Because there wasn't enough room up for the entire crew. Right, so tell me, Nick, what we're going to do now.
This is lime washing. So as we said before, it needs 5 coats, well, 4 to 5 ideally. So this has had 1.
Right.
So it needs to be wetted down to help the chemical reaction, and then
we can paint it. Before we start, the one thing I do want to point out, which I think is fascinating for me to see, and I think probably for everybody else, is that you almost have the different stages here.
Yeah.
So you have the
This is oak.
Oh, this is oak, right.
From the estate, and then these are stainless steel screws.
Yep.
So there'll be no corrosion. It should not need repairing for a very long time.
And then this is what we did earlier on the house.
Yeah, that's ready for its top coat.
Right.
And then it'll need to be lime washed like these.
And it's right. Oh my goodness, because I can see the hair.
So if you want to give it a spray.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
And you can see it'll start to look like this.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
So you have 4 more coats really to do.
That's it.
Is that enough?
Yep.
And then
this is the lime wash. It's like the consistency of, like I said, single cream.
Yes, it is. It's exactly like single cream.
It does flick everywhere, so be careful.
Okay.
And then I work from the top because it drips.
Right.
Don't try and work it in too much because you can remove.
What has already, because it's wet.
Yeah, because it's the other one's still reacting. So I do that. If you want to have a go.
Okay, and you go side to side.
Yes, and just let it run down.
Okay.
So you start from the top and work your way down. It doesn't matter too much if it goes on the oak, because when it's finished, we'll use a wire brush on all the oak just to clean it up.
You will. I was going to ask you
so that will all.
Okay.
It's because it's so runny. It's quite hard to not get it on.
Yeah, it is so runny.
And it looks like you're painting nothing. It looks like you're not doing anything.
Weird. It has that lovely chalky look. Yeah. What do you think? Do you think I've done it?
That's it.
Should I hand you this? Do you want to go first?
Yeah, we'll just reverse what we did.
Okay, yeah.
Like many historic houses, Pitchford has hosted the royal family over the years. In 1935, the future King George VI and Queen Elizabeth visited, and back in 1832, the then Princess Victoria spent time here.
Okay.
James is showing me a very special room in the family wing of the hall where Victoria stayed.
I think it's wonderful, James, that you have this big connection with Queen Victoria.
Yeah.
You know,
so
she's the second most popular queen, right?
That's right. So look, this is where we think she slept. And you know, over the years, there are a number of kind of guides that have been done for Pitchford, and some quite a long time ago, obviously nearer her stay, and they describe, her being in this room, really, really well.
I just love all the carvings. So
I mean, one of my theories is, I think that face looks like, if you look at what Queen Victoria or Princess Victoria looked like when she was a 13-year-old girl, when she visited Pitchford in 1832, that's what she looks like.
Right.
Now, so many people think I'm talking absolute rubbish here, but I think if Victoria had visited Pitchford, that's something you celebrate.
Of course.
And my view is that they have planted this on the fireplace, just as a kind of reminder, or kind of just remembering the fact that Victoria was in this room in October, November, on a cold cold nights in Shropshire in 1832.
There is a similarity to Queen Victoria. And you know, we also have to remember that when royalty visits these historic houses, it's all about celebrating them and making sure that there's some type of memorabilia, if you like, of that visit. So, you know, I look back at Hinchingbrooke, and of course there's the bow window for Queen Elizabeth I's visit. And there it is, 1562. And it was made after she came, but in celebration that she had been there.
That's right. So that's why I think I'm right, but everyone thinks I'm wrong.
I'm going to agree with you. I think you're right.
I think it was her mother who apparently drew her bed up towards the fire to keep warm at night, and poor Princess Victoria was apparently pushed towards the end of this room, you know, where it wasn't so warm, and there's a little line on the ceiling, and what we think is there was another room, no windows, pretty airless, that Victoria, and very cold, that Victoria would have stayed in for the 5 nights she stayed at Pitchford, and then her mother had, you know, this room and the kind of warmer room.
part.
And if you remember, there wasn't a great relationship between mother and you know, 13-year-old princess at the time, so that kind of makes sense to me. So just looking at kind of around the room, there are things that kind of, you know, helps you understand.
Yes, it helps you understand
the relationship.
I find it endlessly fascinating to read the architectural clues left in the fabric of these historic homes. And at Pitchford, there is a rare secret room called a priest's hole, where visiting priests would hide during the English Reformation of the 16th century.
Is it in here?
Yeah. I mean, you try and find it, but I'll give you a bit of a hint that it's in this kind of broad area.
But is there a door?
There is a door. Yeah, there is a door, so and it's not a trap door. It's not on the floor.
Okay. Okay. I've got it. I think. Maybe.
You're doing well. There's a little lever to. Yeah, you're almost there. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's it.
Oh my gosh.
That's it.
No. So this is the priest. Oh my gosh.
So it's quite it's quite a large priest hole, or pope's hole, as they'd be called. Go down.
Really?
Go down.
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah. I'll hold the trap door.
Okay, hold me the trap door. Okay, everybody. I'm descending. The priest hole. Wow. There's windows down here.
Yeah. Okay, so there are very, very few priest holes in this country with, you know, windows.
Yes.
And we think it was, Rowan always describes it as kind of false window. So we think maybe it was boarded up, or there was some vegetation outside that basically disguised it. But I must admit, if I was in a priest hole and there were a whole bunch of soldiers trying to find me, I'd quite like an escape route.
Yes.
And this provides an escape route. But so, it is a vast, you know.
But was this created during the Reformation?
No, you're absolutely right. So there was a woman called Mary Ottley who lived here in the kind of late 15s, early 16s, and she was obviously a recusant, and you know she worshipped the Catholic faith, and you know I'm sure she would have had priests there, and she needed to protect them, and that you know that window I think is actually quite important.
Very important.
But they're very few. I think there are only about 3 in the country that actually have a kind of additional kind of access route. Normally it would just be a small priest hole and you'd be claustrophobic. And you'd be stuck. If they found you, you'd be stuck.
Oh my goodness, it's incredible. It's absolutely, that was incredible. I mean, literally, first of all, I've never seen a priest hole in a historic house, so that was sensational, but also just seeing the windows, they're open there. Wow. I'm on my way to the treehouse. But again, this just isn't any ordinary treehouse. This is the world's oldest treehouse. And also in 1832, Queen Victoria wrote in her diary that she walked the grounds here at Pitchford, went up the stairs to a house on top of a tree. And that is where I'm going to right now. I'm gonna have tea with Georgiana, that's Rowena and James's eldest daughter, and I'm really looking forward to it. Hi! I gotta give you a hug. I've heard all about you from your parents, and then I also realized that you're the same age as my number 3. I have 4 children, and you're the same age as my number 3. This is such a magical place. I've already spent so much time here, and still lots more to do, but it's a magical place.
It is, especially here, up in the trees.
I know, it's incredible. So Queen Victoria, she was actually here, where we are now.
Where you're sitting, Queen Victoria was in this area. So on the 27th of October in 1832, she was on her tour of the realm when she was 13, and she stayed at Pitchford for 5 days and then recorded the whole stay in her diary. And she describes going up to a little house in the tree, playing the harp with Lady Louisa Jenkinson, who lived in the house at the time, visiting the old dairy, and so it's just amazing to see into the life of a 13-year-old princess.
So was this treehouse already here?
So yeah, this is the oldest treehouse in the world.
Right.
So it was built between 1650 and 1670, and then it first appeared on a map in 1682.
You're kidding me. Oh my goodness. So I kind of feel very special right now because I'm obviously in the oldest treehouse in the world, and I'm in the treehouse that Queen Victoria was in.
Yeah.
So when you were growing up, you were told stories about Pitchford. So because obviously when you were born, it had been sold. Your parents only had just the surrounding estate. But what other stories, you were told obviously the story of Queen Victoria coming here, and that this being the oldest treehouse in the world. But what other stories were you told of here at Pitchford that you can remember before you got the house back?
Well, I've always been really intrigued because I would be hearing about this woman called Lady Sybil Grant, and so she was she lived in the house, but she didn't like the sound of running water, and she was afraid of being so close to the graveyard because of the ghosts. And so she converted the orangery, and she literally lived between the orangery and the treehouse.
You're kidding me. No. So she didn't live in that.
No, she completely moved out. Her husband lived. You can see his his room window through there.
Yes.
And she would communicate to him via semaphore, or a megaphone through the window. And then
megaphone.
And then occasionally they would meet for afternoon tea on the lawn. But every morning her maid would bring up her boiled egg on a silver salver to the treehouse, so she spent a lot of time up here. So she was very eccentric.
Right.
And so also she dyed her hair with henna, so it was bright orange, and she would tell fortunes. So there would be fairs at Pitchford and she would tell fortunes on the lawn.
So you grew up with these stories being told to you by your parents.
Yeah.
And because obviously your mom grew up here, but you weren't able to go into the house.
No.
You just saw it from a distance.
So we would quite often walk past and we would see it over the river, and it would just be really dreamlike, imagining. I would always imagine what it would be like to live in the house, and my mum would just be telling me all these stories, and so it was always a dream to get it back.
Right, yeah.
It was like a childhood fairy tale, but I never thought it would actually happen.
Right.
And so now all the time my whole family have to completely pinch ourselves every day that we're actually here.
And were you here when she went into the house?
So basically we came back, the first weekend we got it back immediately, we came up, the whole house was completely empty, there was nothing, no electrics, no water, absolutely nothing, just cobwebs, layers of dust. And so, but we were determined to sleep the first night, so we all came. It was amazing, and unlocking the door, I still remember. And then we basically spent the next few months mopping every weekend, and cleaning. It was in 2016.
Right.
So I'm 17 now. I think I was about the same age as Queen Victoria.
Right.
So I remember
feeling
exactly. Connected to the treehouse whenever I was in there, thinking that she was my age when she'd visited, and it was really
I love being in this treehouse and then hearing the stories of Queen Victoria and Lady Sybil. But I have to ask, once you got the house back, was this one of the first places you went to?
Definitely. I just love this. It's such a quiet space, but it's also you feel really connected because it's so old, and you're thinking about all the stories of all the different people up here. And I think it's amazing. I like to come up here and read or have little tea parties.
Yeah.
And also the view. It's just like you're able to look at everything and look back at the house. So yeah, I love that up here.
Now, I love a cold water dip. And for those of you who don't know about my love of cold water immersion therapy, let's just say I take every opportunity to plunge into freezing cold water. At Mapperton, we are restoring the 18th century pool with the generous donations from our patrons of Mapperton Live. And here at Pitchford, Rowena is taking me to the Victorian plunge pool. But just a reminder to always check with your doctor before you go wild swimming.
Oh,
Ta-da!
can't wait. This has your name written all over it, Julie.
No, I have to say, Rowena, when you told me that there was a Victorian plunge pool here, I immediately packed this, my swim cap, and my swimming costume, but I'm quite jealous of your swimming costume. You look glamorous. It's fashionable. What is that?
It's a Victorian bathing outfit, of course, an antique one I've got especially for our wedding night. In fact, the very last time I wore this, I went for a plunge in the pool, and this is the next time after that.
I'm so cute. That is, so this is your first time doing a plunge in a while,
Well,
right?
I'm not so mad about cold water because I'm rather thin like you, but you're much braver than I am. You're a wild swimmer. So it's basically spring fed, so it's literally like the coldest water. So I think it might be even more freezing than Mapperton. We'll have to see what you think.
The Victorian pool is a short walk away on the estate.
But we think it's built by Lord Liverpool, part of the kind of pleasure garden thing that he absolutely loved Pitchford and made it all singing, all dancing.
Right.
And his daughter was the one who's friends with Queen Victoria, so maybe they went for a dip, you never know.
Oh my goodness. I bet they probably did.
She didn't write about that in her diaries, but I like to speculate.
I'll speculate with you. Yes, I agree.
I think this is literally the first time I've been in since my wedding night.
Yes! Good, I'm glad I could somewhat inspire you.
Georgiana and everyone, they go in loads. But so here we are. I can't wait to show you. It's literally the most perfect kind of oval pool. We've got the plug and Pitchford.
This is the perfect plunge pool. It's perfect. Oh my goodness.
So the only question is, Julie, would you like to go on the right-hand side or the left-hand side, I think?
Well, okay, so I'll go down that step. We can kind of go down together. Remember, it's just a sensation, just a sensation, it's just a sensation, it's just a sensation. That's what I say to myself over and over again. As we go down, we're just sensation and breathing. It's just a sensation and we're breathing.
I'm going to get a yoga lesson on the way past the American.
Exactly.
I'm learning a lot here.
Just a sensation, just a sensation, just a sensation.
Just a sensation.
Breathe.
Just a sensation. Oh. Wonderful. Boiling. It's boiling hard. This is a sensation. We've done it. This is the first time I've been in this my wedding night. James, I did it.
Now, can you start to feel?
Incredible sensation against the
You're going to have a nice facial.
I've got garlic, green garlic in my teeth.
What do you guys think? We did it! Yay! We did have an audience behind, which is great. But do you see how, can you start to feel how
the sensation?
The sensation starts to come in. And then it's like amazing. And it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. So I think we've done it. Is everybody happy?
Yeah. You are brilliant. So excited to show you the attic, Julie.
Oh my goodness. You know, this is what I love about these historic houses. There's always attics and secret places. What do you guys think of this attic for hiding? Or is it too scary? Too scary. Too scary. This is incredible. Let me ask first and foremost, when you came back in 2016 and you came up to that attic, was this at least okay, as in?
More than okay. I mean, just so good to see it like this, because my parents spent 10 years doing the roof in the 80s, so the one fantastic, my parents' legacy was the house would have fallen down in 25 years if it wasn't for the roof. So to be able to come in here is very reassuring, and the green oak that was here originally, and it's just the guts of the house, isn't it? And as you can see from here, the other thing that reassured me was the bats are still here. And we had a plague of bats in the 80s, so it's nice to see the bats are still around.
The bats were still around. I mean, absolutely stunning just to see this, that these have really survived for, gosh, almost 400 years.
Yeah, look how brilliantly they've survived.
Brilliant, but it's vast up here.
I mean, to think that the servants used to live out here. I mean, there are taper marks.
So that's why this was built, for the servants to live up here.
And they hung their curtains on these poles.
No.
So when I see that, I kind of can picture an actual person, you know, Downton Abbey style, up here.
Absolutely. Great. It's literally like Alice in Wonderland
Julie,
up here.
This is the clock tower that's so kind of prominent. You know, when you're on the south lawn and you're looking up to the house, and Edward's just testing it. So this obviously used to work. There's a mechanism which was just here, which is being restored at the moment, and then there are these huge kind of weights down there and a pulley system. And the date of, can we find a date?
I've already spotted it.
What was it?
Well, because it's 1776.
Yeah, it's cool, isn't it?
So, but is that an American connection?
I don't know. But
because that's when we've really, we declared our freedom.
Yeah, no, I know.
1776.
I know, it's incredible.
We've got to do some research on this.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. So anyway, look, it's been there, and we look, it's another job for us to get this kind of restored, get the mechanism working, get the kind of pulleys working, and get this, chiming out on the hour or every half hour.
And before we make our way downstairs, Rowena shows me a rare structural treasure of Pitchford's medieval past.
So this is the thing, so in the 80s they're doing the roof, and there's huge excitement. They basically suddenly discover, if you possibly could shine a light, you will see a medieval crown post. So it proves that whole thing there at the back, the bendy bit. So that's where the Pitchford family, so this house is built on top of the Pitchford family house, which I love.
My goodness, so they discovered this when they were redoing the roof.
So we didn't even know it was here. We obviously had...
Yeah, I can see that.
We were very sure that it was likely, but no one had proof.
And then this is your proof right here.
It's basically here. Look, it's called a crown post roof, and very little crown post roofs survive because they're so incredibly old from the medieval times. But this is a little piece of history to prove the point.
Absolutely. I mean, wonderful. I mean, it's just, I mean, you'll have more and more treasures. I mean, don't you find that with these historic houses? I mean, I know you grew up here, but
we're still discovering
you still discover over and over again. You still discover.
We're learning all the time.
Yeah.
One of the first restoration projects the family took on when they moved back to Pitchford in 2016 was the summer house. No small task, as it had completely disappeared under a web of ivy and moss.
Well, I can see here that you've repaired this.
Yeah, you can also see all the woodwork.
I wasn't going to say anything.
That's right, so there's a bit more to do.
But this is one of the big restoration projects that you have completed. And what is this called again? Remind me.
So I call it the Pitchford Summer House.
Right.
And it's Edwardian. I think it's Edwardian.
Yes.
It's probably, we appear in Country Life in 1901 and 1917. Between 1901 and 17, it appears, the Summer House. And all these kind of red sandstone retaining kind of walls.
Right.
So quite a lot of work was done in the kind of early Edwardian ages. And this is, in my view, an Edwardian summer house. So it's a huge transformation. And one of the first jobs we did was actually get up on the roof. I remember with my father, who's 85 now, and we were just cutting back the ivy kind of on the roof to try and get things back so at least we could see what we had to restore. And the roofer has done a brilliant job. These are called Harnage stone slates. They're quarried about 3 miles away.
Okay.
They've got loads of fossils in them. They're absolutely stunning. That should give it 30, 40, 50 years of, life, hopefully.
Exactly. an enjoyment
Yeah,
for
exactly,
others. I mean,
exactly.
it is beautiful, but I know that this is not the only renovation that's been completed.
Yeah,
it's quite
that's
a big
right.
one coming up.
That's right.
Celebration.
No, there is a big one coming up, and it was inspired by someone who actually lives in a historic house about 10, 15 miles away from Pitchford, called Acton Round Hall, and he knew Pitchford very well when Rowena's parents owned the house, and he came to us about a year and a half ago and said, "You need to restore the library. You know, that's your #1 priority." And you know, we've done it. And he came up with a design based on a garden in Hampton Court, a Tudor garden,
right,
in Hampton Court. And it's well, you know, you'll see it soon. It's quite wacky. It's quite wacky.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I have lots of questions.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's quite out there. It's quite over the top.
I think it's absolutely brilliant. So when you got Pitchford back, what was in this library?
So this was very derelict. It was one of the worst. It's one of the worst rooms in the house, actually.
Right.
So that was it.
Oh my goodness, no.
Yeah. Yeah. Everything was gone, and this is what it looked like in 1992, you know, when Rowe and his parents left it. So, you know, it was a nice country house library.
Absolutely.
And all the books were sold at the Christie's auction. And then, bizarrely, in the space between 1992 and 2016, all these book cases were stripped out. And we don't really know why. And that's why we ended up with, you know, a room that was, in a sense, a blank canvas, and allowed us to, you know, create this neo-Tudor Gothic library. A lot of people have said to us, if you have got a blank canvas, do stamp your own mark on it. You don't have to inherit kind of everything from other people's tastes, you know, Georgians, Victorians, Elizabethans, etc., etc. So we did feel we could maybe strike out in a slightly different direction. And we felt that, you know, this was a beautiful library, but we didn't really need to go back to that. But it was inspired by this man, you know, Hugh Kennedy, who you know, lives relatively nearby, and he said, this is where I think you should go.
Yes.
And
these are fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, those appeared about 2-3 weeks ago, and we had fun hanging them.
Lovely.
I mean, they're heavy.
Lovely, but here, right
heavy.
here, and I do see on each of the bookcases you've got different sort of coat of arms.
So it starts with the Pitchford family in the kind of Crusader knight, and then it goes along to the Otley family, the Coates family, the Jenkinson family, the Grant family, Rowena's family, the Colthurst family, my family.
Right.
And we've even got the Quixote Princess.
Do you?
Marked there.
Oh my goodness.
So we felt, you know, she was part of that line from 1280. So we wanted to, you know, incorporate everyone's coats of arms.
Every library needs good heraldry, so
exactly.
This is outstanding. It's fantastic. So there's obviously a celebration tonight. It's sort of the commemoration or the cutting of the ribbon.
It's to thank. You know, it's to thank the volunteers essentially and the donors. So, you know, a lot of people who've donated money towards getting the library to this state, and a lot of people have donated their time in terms of painting.
Yes.
So through the winter, you know, those kind of long winter nights, there are about 20, 30 people in Shropshire just kind of painting away.
Incredible.
And, you know, it's so kind of them. So this is a kind of thank you guys. For being so incredibly supportive of, you know, the Pitchford restoration.
Yes.
Now, time to join Rowena and the family for some more fun on the water.
Here we are.
Yay!
So
You're in for a treat, Julie.
I'm really excited because I don't know anything about, do you call it coracling?
Correctly, you said it literally perfectly.
What is a coracle? And tell me about how this was a part of your growing up.
Oh no, absolutely delighted to. So a coracle, as you can see, is an absolutely fabulous, very simple fishing boat. So the essence was this is an iron bridge coracle, so Iron Bridge obviously being in Shropshire close by, so it was quite expensive to go across the actual Iron Bridge, so instead they would have a cheap and cheerful way of fishing and getting across the river.
How easy or hard is it to fall in?
If you get it right and do the perfect figure of 8, which will be very, very simple to teach you, not a problem at all, not even a ripple. But if you get a bit overexcited and things, then they can tip over very easily, which is really great fun. So I used to have a great time tipping all my friends into the lake in my childhood. But I promise I won't do that to you.
Okay.
So you know that I showed you the pitch well?
Yes.
And the natural bitumen sweeping up. So of course, look, these are tar-bottomed boats. They literally, so they come, that's how you waterproof them. So every year we used to, the spring would come out, this amazing weather, exactly this time of year, and we'd retar the things already so they were waterproof, because obviously they start leaking otherwise.
Using your own
Using
pitch.
our own pitch. So basically we've got you, absolutely got you a life jacket. I'm sure you're a brilliant swimmer, Julie.
So am I rowing?
So it's really a figure of 8, and it's very, very simple.
I just have this feeling I'm going to fall in. When you kind of go into things like this with no experience and you get this gut feeling that you're going to fall in, I think that's what's going to happen.
You're not going to fall in.
Okay, are you really holding on to this? Okay, so I'm facing out. Okay, here, yeah. Thanks, James. Okay.
You sit front, and then you sit right in the middle, perfect balance.
Goodness.
Do you feel happy?
Yeah, I feel happy.
Okay.
Now,
So are you
because I'm right
balanced?
by the...
Are you balanced?
I'm by land. I'm balanced. Yeah.
Okay. And just very gently, just don't do any sudden movements. You'll be fine. A little bit of a figure of 8.
Yeah, just feel confident.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
They're much more stable than you think. It's really.
I'm trying to do what Georgiana was doing. Oh my goodness. This figure of 8. What?
You're doing brilliantly, Julie. That's perfect.
Is it? So I'm watching Georgiana. Edward, how am I doing? On a scale of 1 to 10. 3. Exactly.
Maybe you get in and show.
Okay, let's have a little. You're doing brilliantly.
Going in circles here. I mean, I got out here, so at least I didn't stay there going in the circle. I have to say, I found this incredibly restorative. It's wonderfully soothing. I loved it. I would do this every day for my mental health, every day. I loved it. I thought it was just brilliant. But now it's just getting off.
Yeah, okay.
Here we go. Thank goodness for James. All right, so you tell me when I'm good.
I would jump quickly.
Okay, great. Oh, gosh. Yes. Yay.
Bye.
Oh,
Bye.
I loved it. I really loved that, I have to say. I'm happy I had my life jacket on, though, because Georgiana and Serena were telling me about the size of the fish in there. So I was happy I had this on. That was brilliant. That was so brilliant.
What better way to end my current visit to Pitchford Hall than to join the party celebrating the restoration of the library?
Just walking in here, you can't help but smile, because really this is Rowena and James's mark on things. They walked into this room in 2016 and it was wet and damp and empty and a clean slate, and they thought, rather than putting it back to what people expect us to do and what it used to be, let's create something that people will talk about. And that's what you want. When people come into these historic houses, you want people to leave talking about something. And I'm definitely, I definitely will be talking about this, and I bet you will as well, this extraordinary library that has been commissioned. And for me, the pieces that stand out are the chandeliers. I love the chandeliers because I love the contrast of this sort of very dark red and gold yellow with the blue and the yellow as well. And it's really rather wonderful.
We raise a toast to Hugh Kennedy and the King Henry Library. And everyone who helped, thank you so, so much.
What an amazing time I've had visiting Pitchford Hall. You can really sense the life and vitality returning to this historic home. Rowena, James, and their family absolutely love it here, and their passion and determination to restore Pitchford to its former glory and at the same time put their own mark on it is incredibly inspiring.
I'm here today visiting Palace House at Bewley. And Bewley is known for the National Motor Museum, but also Palace House was one of the first historic houses to open up to the public. I'll also be visiting Lord Montague of Bewley because that's another branch of the Montague family. And I want to learn a little bit more about the fabric of the building, the history of his side of Montagues. I can't wait to get stuck in for a great day out. When I married into the British aristocracy, it was the start of a wonderfully exciting journey. But it was also a little daunting. I became a Viscountess, and for an American girl from a small town outside Chicago, that was quite a shock.
I live with my husband Luke, heir to the Earl of Sandwich, and our family at Mapperton House in Dorset.
Living in a place like this is a joy, but also a challenge. And every day we're aware that we're preserving a very special part of Britain's heritage. Mapperton has opened up an extraordinary new world for me, and I can't wait to share it with you all.
So if you love castles and manors and stately homes as much as I do, please join this American Viscountess as I journey into the British countryside in search of some of Britain's finest historic houses.
Well, what a splendid
Hello.
thing to arrive in. Hello.
I had to arrive in style. I mean, I'm at Bewley. Anyway, hello.
Lovely to see you again.
So nice to see you.
This is, of course, the home of the National Motor Museum. We don't actually have one of these in the museum, so if you'd like to leave it with me, I'm sure we could find a space.
Well, I'd have to actually ask our co-production partner, Aonia.com, if I could,
okay.
but he might
Yeah.
say yes. But no, isn't this, I thought if I'm going to come to Bewley, home of the National Motor Museum, I must arrive in style.
You certainly have done that. Well, look, let me just show you a little bit about the outside of the house before we go in. Bewley is here because Cistercian monks founded an abbey here in 1204, and this piece of the building on the right with the rougher stone was the gatehouse to the abbey where they would receive guests. And it was from that that much later, after the abbey was closed and much of it was demolished, that my ancestors built a house by extending this gatehouse, and most particularly my great-grandfather made it into the house you see today.
It's lovely. It is really lovely.
And
but
using the same type of stone that the monks would have used.
is that, am I correct? Are my eyes still good enough to see that that's some Montague heraldry
that's
up
right.
there?
So on the right are the Montague lozenges that we know so well,
yes.
with the Monthermer eagle.
Yes.
And then on the left is the Scot moon and stars, which is a reference to our Scottish ancestry.
To the Buccleuch
Yes,
side.
that's right.
Yes.
Anyway, come on in.
Fantastic.
So here we are in the front hall of Palace House. Now, although parts of this building date back to the 13th century, this hall and much of this wing are actually from the 19th century because my great-great-grandfather, Walter Francis, 5th Duke of Buccleuch, decided to give the Bewley estate, which he owned, it was one of many estates he owned, to this man, my great-grandfather, Henry, who was his second son. And it was only when that happened that Palace House had a resident owner who actually made it his family home, and he undertook lots of changes to make it into a nice place to live, which I'll show you as we go around. So the modern history of Beaulieu really starts with him and his marriage in 1865.
Because he made it a home.
Absolutely.
Right, so he made it home.
So now we're moving on to John, his son,
Right.
my grandfather, and my grandmother, his wife. His first wife actually died from the Spanish influenza, which swept through Europe after the First World War.
Yes.
And so he remarried in 1920 a lady much younger than him, who was my grandmother.
Okay.
And I remember her well. She died aged 101 in 1996. Whereas he died in 1929, so it's a huge
So,
gap.
yes. So he remarried younger, but then he didn't. So how long were they married before he passed away?
Only 9 years. And in
Right.
that time, they had 4 children. So it's pretty good.
Right. That is
Including
pretty
my
good.
father.
Including your father.
Yeah.
So when he died, how old was your father? Who was then?
Only 2.5 years old, so my father never remembered him. But my grandmother kept the estate going through the years that followed until my father got to the age of 25.
Oh my goodness. I love these female empowering women stories.
Ralph's father, Edward, the third Baron Montague of Beaulieu, was to build on his mother's legacy and transform the fortunes of Beaulieu. And the key to this transformation was his passion for cars.
His interest in cars, would you say, came because from his father,
Very much so,
and
yes.
who he didn't know, and so in a
Yes.
sense that made that connection
Yes,
that
it
he
did.
never really had.
And what I should explain is that John, my grandfather, was a great pioneer motorist in Britain, and as an MP, which he was before he inherited his barony from his father, he campaigned a lot in Parliament and in the House of Lords for motorists' rights.
And Ralph's grandfather is credited for introducing the British royal family to motoring when he took the Prince of Wales, later King Edward VII, for a drive in his Daimler. In 1952, Beaulieu was one of the first historic homes to open their doors to the public. Ralph's father, Edward, paid tribute to his father by creating a display of veteran cars, the beginnings of the National Motor Museum.
It all started in this room because
Right.
when he first opened the house to visitors in 1952, and he was not the first, but one of the first to do this, to open his historic house to the public. Believe it or not, he got 5 old cars into this room, and he did it as a tribute to his father.
Really actually quite genius. You know, when I look at that date, 1952, it reminds me of the story that my father-in-law told me that, you know, in 1953, they tried to open up Hinchingbrooke to the public and sell tickets to the house, but that didn't work. Maybe had they put cars in, it might have still been in
Well,
the
it works for
family.
some stately homes and not others. But obviously that's just one generation back. Let me take you through to the portrait gallery and show you where it all began, because the family ownership of Beaulieu actually goes back to 1538. So come on in
Okay,
here.
fantastic.
Yeah. Beaulieu was a monastic estate until Henry VIII closed all the abbeys.
Yes.
And in 1538, this man, Thomas, 1st Earl of Southampton, negotiated to purchase Beaulieu and another estate called Titchfield from Henry VIII after the abbeys had been closed. And in fact, the stone from the abbey was then used for building castles along the coast here, because there is no stone in this area, so it was almost treated like a quarry. And it's rather sad.
Right,
It's a wonderful
yes.
abbey building. Partly for symbolic reasons it was demolished, but also because they actually wanted to reuse the stone elsewhere.
So he then is responsible, though, for building what we see today?
In part.
In part.
I mean, he adapted the Great Gatehouse into a hunting lodge. It was definitely not a main residence. The New Forest was a popular destination for hunting, and Beaulieu, was almost like, I suppose, a sort of holiday home, we might regard.
Right.
His grandson, Henry III Earl, and if there's one person in history that I would love to meet, it's this man, because he is the only person to whom Shakespeare dedicated any of his works. Shakespeare dedicated Venus and Adonis and the late rape of Lucrece to him as his benefactor.
But did he inherit then?
He did.
He did.
Yes.
So he inherited Bewley.
Yeah, it was not a main home. His main country residence was Titchfield, which is on the other side of the Southampton Water from here to the east. But it is possible that Shakespeare plays would have been performed either at Titchfield or maybe even here.
Maybe even here.
If only he kept a diary.
Oh, right.
As you can see, this is our main dining hall. So we're now in the oldest part of the house. This was the Great Gatehouse to Bewley Abbey. Although this is Victorian restoration, this kind of vaulting is very much in the pattern that the monks would have built in.
Right.
And I'd particularly like to show you this because this is where my height, my sister's heights, and also the generation before my father and my aunts, as they grew up, were penciled on the wall.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so where does yours stop? No, I can see it there, 1985. I think it's about the same.
I don't think I've grown since then.
So, but now that I see this, what was it like growing up in this palace?
Well, there were always have in my lifetime been two definite sides to the house, you know, a public side and a private side. And you kind of know when you come into the public side during opening hours that you can't just do what you want. But there are times when we do use this, you know, as a private room, particularly in the evenings, and Christmas lunch especially. We've had many wonderful Christmas lunches here.
It's wonderful for me to see that you do still use these rooms.
Absolutely.
I think that that's really important. I know that there's obviously what you were saying, that there's the private side and then there's the public side, but when we can, we use these.
Yeah.
It's the same thing at Mapperton. You know, there's about 6 rooms that are open to the public. And we get asked all the time, but do you still use those rooms? And we do, for Christmas or for Easter.
Yeah, you must.
Or, yeah, you must.
And it's quite fun to leave a few remnants. I mean, when, you know, at Christmas we fire those sort of, you know,
Poppers.
little popper things, and some of the contents land in chandelier. Well, you just leave it there, because it's a reminder that the place is lived in. So now this is the other room that would have been part of the Great Gatehouse. And what you have to remember, that this was a thoroughfare. This bay window would have been open.
Right.
And there would have been a big wide corridor going all the way through and out to the other side. This fireplace, again, is an infill. And I mean, I think...
So I would have gone underneath.
Correct.
Through the archway here, I see.
But anyway, this fireplace, I think, is a splendid piece of Gothic Victorian.
It's lovely. I mean, it is beautiful.
What's nice is that all the changes that were made in the 1870s were very much done with an eye on history. And these, although it is Victorian stained glass, the coat of arms here commemorate benefactors of the Abbey and some of the abbots who presided over the Abbey. So it's referring back to history all the time. Perhaps we should go and look upstairs now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, sorry, it got stuck.
It's to keep the intruders out.
Yeah.
They built them well.
The Bewley Estate, with its monastic roots, maritime history, and National Motor Museum, has so much to offer visitors. But at its heart, Bewley has always been a family home.
Now, I really want to show you a very favourite room of mine, the library. Not so much because of the books, but because this was my father's cosy room. You know, many happy memories of just playing here throughout the year. There is my father, probably painted before he was married. You know, he'd be in his early 20s there.
Beautiful.
And looking restless, which he always was.
Well, that's why he was the pioneer to,
absolutely. He had so much energy.
Opening up his historic house. It's incredible. Always thinking of new ways to innovate.
In contrast, my mother here.
It's lovely. She just looks so relaxed and at ease and... not a care in the world.
Well, let me tell you, in that chair you had to be relaxed because you couldn't sit up in it. Visitors didn't see this until after my father died, and I still have the option to close it off when I want to use it, but I've very much left it as it was, and I really don't want to make major changes here because I just think it's lovely as it is. I must show you this, because had I brought you in here blindfold and spun you around a couple of times, you might have said, well, how do I get out? So these are all false books.
It's wonderful.
None of these are serious titles.
It's absolutely brilliant.
But don't try to pull them out.
No, I was tempted. Then I remembered it was a door.
From its beginnings in 1952, the National Motor Museum quickly grew in size and interest. Within 4 years, it had become a separate museum and today houses 285 vehicles with more than 1.7 million items in the collection. Rafe has promised to show me one of his favorite cars from the museum.
And my chief engineer here, Ian, is just getting the car ready.
Hello there.
Hello, I'm Julie.
Ian, pleased to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Ian. Oh my gosh, what a beauty.
So this is very special to us because unlike any other car in the museum, this has been at Bewley for nearly all its life, since 1913. It's a 1903 car. This model of car was very popular in the 1900s. It's a French de Dion-Bouton, 6 horsepower, 1-cylinder car. And we acquired it from a tenant in 1913.
Right.
It then, in the 1920s and 30s, got used by the estate electrician because we had our own power station in those days, and he had to do the rounds of the estate. So he used this as his works vehicle. And then when my father inherited the estate, this was the only car that came with it. And so this was the first car to become what became the Montague Motor Museum and later the National Motor Museum.
That's right.
But all the family have done the London to Brighton run in this and completed it, most of us, if not all of us.
All of you have.
Really?
So it's a very special car to us.
So can you explain to me and everybody else who's watching, what is the Brighton to London run?
Basically, it was originally called the Emancipation Run. So in 1896, the first run was initiated, and it's basically tearing up of the red flag where prior to 1896, you had to have a man with a red flag walking in front of your vehicle. But in 1896, that was repealed, you tore up the red flag, and then you could drive at any speed you wanted down the road.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So the first one was 1896.
It was the emancipation of drivers.
Yeah.
So then came the Brighton to London.
London to Brighton.
London to Brighton
yeah.
to celebrate this? Or?
Yeah, it's an annual thing that's happened ever since, basically, apart from the war years. So,
Okay. And who can sign up for it? Do you have to have a historic car?
You have to have a car built up in, 1904 and prior, bas04,
So this just gets in.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No older cars.
Okay, so how
No newer
many-
cars, yeah.
Right, so 1904 or before,
Yeah.
you can do London to Brighton,
You
the
can.
run. And this has been happening every year apart from pandemic years
Sure.
of war. How fast does this car go?
I think flat out we're looking about 30 to 35 mile an hour, but it's quite comfortable at 30.
Okay.
To 25 to
that's,
30.
I have to say, that's faster than I thought you were going to say.
Yeah, it's only a little engine.
Come and have a look under
Yes,
the bonnet.
I'd
Ian's
love
been
to.
getting it ready.
Oh, it's
So-
beautiful.
That is the 1-cylinder block.
Oh my goodness.
So it's about as simple as you can get for
Yeah,
an engine.
it really is.
Yeah.
I didn't expect that. For some reason, I thought it was going to be a little bit more complicated. All right, so what are you doing now?
Well, I'm just about to make it run. So
Okay.
to make it run, I have to turn a few things on, turn the fuel on, turn the battery on, set the ignition controls to, which is very important.
Yes.
You must set the ignition controls on a car like this because you're going to be starting it on the handle.
No.
And if you get it wrong, it's going to hurt, basically. And you quite frequently, these sort of cars would break people's arms if you didn't do it right.
Okay.
So vital that we do it right.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I will have you do that.
So there's a little switch here that we just tighten up, and that connects the battery. So under here there's a little fuel tap.
And that, you've turned that on.
That's on. So on the carburetor there's a little hole. And we just poke this little bit of wire down in there.
Right, so that's just, you're just using this to test it.
Just to make sure there's enough fuel in there to start the engine.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
So next thing we need to do is set the controls. I'll just put my little bit of wire away so I don't lose it.
Yeah.
We have an array of controls here.
Yes,
Most
you do.
important one is the one on the side there. That's the brake.
Brake, yep.
This top lever, you hear that clicking sound?
Yep.
Well, that's the advance and retard of the ignition. So it's the ignition timing, basically.
Okay.
So this lever is the gear lever.
Ah.
So you've got your low speed and your high speed.
No clutch.
No clutch at all.
No clutch.
And the final control is this little switch here, and that's the ignition switch.
There's a lot of gadgets here.
No, it's very
What about
simple
this
once
one?
you get
Does
used
that
to
still
it.
work?
You can
Try
you
it.
can try that, yeah.
So brilliant. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. This is incredible. I'm nervous to drive this though. Oh.
It was going so well.
Oh dear. Maybe the car is nervous of me driving it too. It stopped before we even started.
So Ian's just having a little play with it, but this entire vehicle has just, it's almost shocked me. I thought the engine was going to be just completely enormous for some reason. I don't know why, but there's so many levers and gadgets and things to push and to pull and to turn, and don't break your arm and stand back a bit. And I don't know how he remembers all this. So, I mean, they do want me to drive, but I'm gonna be a bit nervous. I mean, what if I like crash into that vintage car and then I ruin 2 cars while I'm here? I'll never be invited back again.
Once Ian makes a few adjustments, it seems I'm headed for the open road. First though, a much needed lesson.
See, you just gently push it.
So I don't even touch that?
No.
So I just keep it on the parking brake or not?
Well, you can. No, you may need the throttle. See,
There's no pedals.
I'm just gently pulling this forward. You see, I mean, you've got plenty of revs. You see.
I gotta breathe through this and like get some courage here that I'm not gonna mess this up.
You'll be fine. Yeah. So.
Okay. I'm so nervous.
See.
And also there's like people out there.
People, cars. Oh my God.
There's people out there.
Now the thing is, I can just about slip out this way, but.
Okay, do you want here?
You can move over.
Oh, now it's my turn.
And I have to worry about making sure I don't like hit our cameraman.
Well, preferably not.
He says so. Okay, so I'm gonna pull this back.
Yeah.
And it will go forward.
Well, if you pull that forward at the same time, otherwise you'll just roll back.
Oh, okay, I see.
On a slight hill. That's it. So just slowly pull it towards you. That's it.
Okay, watch out, everybody. Okay. Now, should I let it release?
Pull it a bit more.
In towards me?
Yeah, because I don't think it's fully...
Okay. Is it off the brake?
Yeah, I think it is. Just pull that in a bit more.
Oh, yeah, in more. Okay. Oh, okay, brave.
Okay.
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 Yeah, how do I slow this down?
So, all right, so put it back into neutral, about there.
Okay.
Then reach out to the gear stick. So that hand back on there.
Okay.
Right hand on the, that's it. And push it towards you.
Oh, that's
Can
like
you
it's
feel
like
it? Can you feel it?
Yeah.
Stopping it? Yeah.
Yeah, I can.
See?
Okay. Oh, okay.
So, you know,
okay, so
that's it. That's it.
now,
Just
okay,
slowly.
now, okay, got it.
Okay.
I can feel it now.
A bit more. You can sort of hear when it's
Yeah, you
spinning
can.
here. Yeah.
Okay, now I'm feeling.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
So do
Then I can go here, and I crikey.
Now look, you can do a circle here, whatever you like. Figure of 8.
Okay. Okay.
Great.
Oh my goodness.
Put it right.
Yeah.
I think we really need a longer straight to get into high gear.
Yeah. I don't want to go into high gear. I'll have you keep it in high gear. Now what do I do? Right?
Well, you can carry on. We'll do it.
We'll go hit straight.
Yeah, why not?
Okay, she's telling me to stop. Ooh.
No, you didn't do anything
No, I
wrong
didn't do
there.
anything. Okay.
I don't know what happened there.
Luckily, Victoria wanted us to stop, so that's.
That was not planned. That's called conking out. But you just keep it going on gravity, and we'll get back to the workshop. So if necessary, I will get out and push.
Oh, I'll.
But we're still moving.
I'm happy to push with you.
No, it's all right. You won't need a lot of pushing. It's nice to feel the wind going through your hair.
So, how was that for me? I mean, I was nervous. It's nervous because it's so different. It's like you have to work your left brain and your right brain, and your hand brake here, and then get it into neutral here, and then you've got to turn the wheel at the same time, and then you don't want to stall it, which I did. That's why.
No, she didn't. I mean, well, it stalled itself.
It stalled itself.
It wasn't your fault. Lovely and quiet now, isn't it? Just like an electric car.
It is. It's like an electric car. That's exactly right. That's what our roads are going to sound like soon. Quiet.
Back to the safety of the workshop.
The National Motor Museum grew from the Montague family's pioneering spirit and passion for the motor car. And that spirit remains at the heart of the visitor experience today.
Here is this wonderful statue of my father, who was the founder and creator of the museum.
Incredible.
And so, as well as being very proud of him, I'm very pleased that everybody who comes in is welcome. He's looking out to people as they come in. So here we are at the National Motor Museum. And what we have in the entrance hall here is a quick cross-section of British motoring history, really, starting with the very earliest vehicles, going around clockwise to something from today.
Right, okay.
But one of our star exhibits has for many years been this 1909 Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost. And I'd particularly like to tell you the story of the mascot.
Yes.
Now, you would have seen this mascot on other Rolls-Royces.
Of course.
Although on more modern Rolls-Royces, she's a lot smaller.
Yes.
Now, this mascot was created by a sculptor called Charles Sykes at the suggestion of my grandfather, because before 1911, owners were putting their own mascots on their cars, including Rolls-Royces, and Rolls-Royce felt that some of them weren't really appropriate and dignified for their products. So my grandfather said, look, why don't you commission your own official mascot? And his secretary, who was also his mistress, modelled for Charles Sykes. And so we know that actually the model for this was a lady called Eleanor Thornton.
No.
And of course,
your grandfather's mistress.
Correct. And so she, as you know, has now adorned tens of thousands of Rolls-Royces around the world.
What an incredible story.
Once restored, this car was on every postcard, every brochure, calendars, biscuit tin lids, you name it.
Right.
And it's become a very famous car as a result.
Yeah, no, and so people do, I mean, obviously they come to the National Motor Museum to, as you say, to see the
whole story
the
of
evolving
British,
of,
that's right.
of motoring, if you like, but this is what
Yeah.
people come to see. And, you know, you could just stare at this all day. It's such a beauty. It's
and
a
of course,
real
any
beauty.
car from this era is hand painted. I mean, they didn't have spray painting, and all this lining is done by hand, and the crest
all
is
done by
all
hand.
done by hand.
From its beginnings in the 1950s, the National Motor Museum showcased the exceptional innovations and development of the motor car.
So now we're coming into the section that shows the earliest cars, and what these illustrate is how the combination that we accept today of four wheels, drive in front, round steering wheel, is not something that was immediately arrived at. And there were two different schools of construction. One was based on the bicycle and using a frame and not necessarily four wheels. And the other was the carriage, which was obviously a much heavier thing. So you can see, something like this Pennington autocar is very much based on bicycle engineering, whereas this Columbia Electric, which is an American, early electric American car, you can see clearly, it almost looks as if it's ready to be pulled by a horse or two.
Incredible, 1901 USA.
So, the electric car is not a new thing. And
I was about to say, it's funny how we're kind of going, full circle. Absolutely full circle.
And certainly these two cars are both regulars in the London-Brighton Run. This is really my car of choice because she's such a good performer and will easily outrun the Dion which you were driving.
Right, and four-seater, I see that, so quite...
Yeah. And here is our, four-seater.
Yeah.
Here's our other Dion, a year later than the one you've driven, and this is a four-seater. But let me tell you, if you had four people in it, you'd struggle to get up the hills.
Right. Look, you've got a Cadillac.
Yeah, another American car. Cadillac were very proud of the fact that their parts were interchangeable, which wasn't always the case with early cars. And they would have a sales promotion where they would take two cars, take them apart, muddle up the parts and put them back together again to prove that their parts were interchangeable. Well, I'd like to show you this because I think you've seen the film Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
Yes.
And the car driven by Truly Scrumptious is this car. It's a 1909 Humber.
No.
And a real example, I think, of a nice ladies' car. You see that little basket here for putting your umbrella in on the side there?
I do.
And that nice little circular
what is
windscreen.
that?
Well, it's to stop flies running, coming into your eyes. Yeah. No, it was a real it is a problem when you're driving old cars. If you either really have to wear goggles or screw your eyes up, or you have a windscreen, and that's just a lovely solution.
That was their solution for the windscreen and a place to put your umbrella.
So I think it's a reminder that actually women were driving cars really from very early days of motoring.
Right. Well, thank goodness for that. We might not have been able to vote, but we could at least drive cars.
And we're just passing Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, a car created for the film. So in a sense, it's not an authentic veteran car, but so much a part of our growing up, seeing the film.
This was created for the film? This is the one?
Well, one of several.
One of several, right, one of
because
several.
You know how it is in films.
No, I know.
Yeah. But
it's like my favorite film.
It's just it is in itself part of motoring history, or motoring folklore at least. And a wonderful car to be seen in, as is this 1935 Auburn Speedster from your country.
Oh my goodness!
This is a right-hand drive one, so made for the British market. What's interesting, I mean, it's just a fantastic piece of styling, but only a two-seater. And with no proper storage in the back, just this side door, which is large enough to put your golf clubs in. And each of these was certified to have reached 100 miles an hour before it left the factory by a racing driver called Ab Jenkins, and there's a special plate inside to verify that this car has been tested to 100 miles an hour.
Right, to 100 miles an hour.
But quite nice for the straight roads of parts of California, say.
It's a beauty.
It's a wonderful piece of 1930s styling, isn't it?
And the mascot there.
Yeah, love him. Yeah. But having driven her, I have to tell you, not good for windy roads.
Right. Yeah, it's rather large.
Yeah, not
long.
And then, as you can imagine, it's really important for us to keep refreshing the exhibitions and have something new for people to see when they come back. And this is our present exhibition, Cars from the Bond film No Time to Die.
So these are the...
Yes. And what's interesting is they didn't buy an old DB5.
Oh my goodness!
The car.
This is the car.
Well, one of them.
Well, one of them, but yes, yes.
This is always the thing about films.
Yes, there's several.
But look closely at the damage. This is actually all vinyl.
Yes.
This is actually gel.
It's gel.
But this is real damage.
This is right.
When the baddies start shooting straight into the glass bomb, that really is crazed glass.
Right, that is wonderful. Oh my goodness, I can't
There he
believe
is
I've seen
doing
it.
that.
There it is. So has this drawn in
Yes.
numbers, especially during children's
That's
holidays?
right.
And
it's a great way of combining our subject, which is obviously the history of motoring, with a popular theme.
yes, yes.
Which we need to do.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You've just got to keep creating.
So, as you know, Beaulieu is here because King John granted some land to Cistercian monks in 1204 and founded an abbey. This is what remains because Palace House, of course, was not built over the top of the old abbey, but around the gatehouse. And so this building, which was the lay brothers' dormitory and refectory, survives. And so this is where we now have an exhibition downstairs and a banqueting hall upstairs.
So this is another exhibition space for people to come through and see, is that right?
That's right, and this is just worth looking at because this model shows just how extensive the buildings of this abbey complex were in this building.
Okay, so this survived.
This survived, and this building survives, which is now the parish church of Beaulieu. But all of the rest was just pretty well destroyed. Some remains on the ground. But
because of Henry VIII.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
And this was, more or less the size of Winchester Cathedral. It was a
my
big abbey
goodness.
church. Let me take you upstairs because we have these wonderful embroidered wall hangings created by my mother to tell the story of Beaulieu Abbey. And they really are wonderful pieces of art.
Oh, they are.
So she produced
Incredible.
about one of these a year, and this one depicts the foundation of the abbey, which all started with King John having a bad dream. He had ordered some troublesome monks to be stampeded, but actually his men refused to carry out his orders. And he then felt so bad about it in the night that he had a dream about it. And so here you see King John being, in his dream, beaten by the abbots who he had regarded as his enemy. And then he suddenly, it would seem, realized the error of his ways and then granted this land here to monks from Citeaux in France, Cistercian monks, to found an abbey. And we use this for weddings and dinners and receptions. This had been used as a sort of farm, a glorified farm shed. At one time it was actually a farmhouse, so it's been converted several times over. I think these little slit windows are probably the original pattern, whereas these bigger ones, not. I mean, this is where the lay brothers slept. Whether they had partitions, I'm not sure. But this is actually, I think, my favourite of the wall hangings because of the colours, and I particularly like this deep purple background and the angel and the stars. This depicts the dedication of Beaulieu Abbey, which happened in 1246. So foundation 1204, dedication 1246. So, some decades later, several bishops attended.
This is wonderful what your mother did.
And it's a mixture of canvas work, applique, screen printing, hand embroidery, machine embroidery. She didn't really mind mixing it up.
Right.
As long as it produced the right
stunning.
Energy. So, I mean, these two panels really just show monastic life. You've got forestry, keeping sheep, making wool, honey, beekeeping, wine or grapes.
Wine, yes.
Ploughing the fields, harvesting, baking bread.
I mean, the detail really is the storytelling.
The monks knew all about the use of herbs, both medicinal and culinary. So, I mean, this is a lovely one. Really a lot of detail in this.
Honestly, it's wonderful. It's funny because from the outside, you don't necessarily expect to see so much, not just the detail of what your mother has created here, but the timber is up above.
Yes.
And, as you pointed out, these windows here and the arches. I mean, there's a lot of detail that luckily has been retained.
This recalls the closure of the abbey and the dissolution. And here is Henry VIII granting the ownership, or selling the ownership, to Thomas Risley, my ancestor, the first Earl of Southampton. So we have, as my mother imagines it, the final monks leaving who were pensioned off. There's a myth that there was a golden Madonna which the monks didn't want the crown to get their hands on. So here we see a monk throwing it into the local pond to protect it.
Right.
But it's never been found.
Isn't it right?
You can actually see a man here beginning to demolish the abbey, and the bell is already on the ground.
Such incredible stories here, but what a great space as well.
Yes. And these were made to fit the spaces.
Yes.
Which,
it's just wonderful.
So we're now coming into what was the cloister of Ely Abbey. And the grass area would always have been open, but the paved area would have been enclosed. And of course, a semi-ruin with undergrowth and trees established has a charm of its own, and there's a balance to be struck, because obviously we are under an obligation to maintain this as a scheduled ancient monument. But you don't want to just tear all the plants off the wall, because they actually, you know, are part of the atmosphere of the place now. It is a lovely place for me, as well as many others, to come and just walk. And
it really, do you know what's so, I think, fascinating for me is that I feel, you know, walking through, you know, these abbey ruins, if you like, it gives me this real sense of peace. I've seen different parts of course, Palace House and the National Motor Museum, and present day to bring in the visitors. This is where I would want to go. The history here, and knowing that at least some of the abbey survived.
You might like to look at this wonderful quote of St. Bernard, who was really the founding father of the Cistercian movement.
Right. So it says, "It is good for us to be in this place, for here a man lives more worthily, falls from grace more rarely, rises more swiftly, walks more carefully, rests more peacefully, dies more happily, is absolved more speedily, is rewarded more bountifully." But I think what really speaks to me here is, you know, the last part where it says, if you walk more carefully, well, of course, then you're going to rest more peacefully, you'll die more happily, and rewarded more bountifully. But for me, it's all about this walking more carefully, being mindful, staying in the present moment, not allowing that head to be absorbed by all the time of the external world.
Which is so easy
and
to
stay inward.
Yeah, well, this is a good place to do it. Okay, so we're now coming into what would have been the Abbey Church, which was the size of a cathedral. And the choir monks would have actually worshipped at this end, possibly behind a screen, with the laity down at the west end. So this box hedge with the cross represents roughly the position of the high altar. But actually behind it would have been a series of radial chapels. Yes.
I'm trying to envision it now.
It's the vertical dimension where you really have to use your imagination,
yes.
But it was a big building. And these piles of rubble here indicate where the columns were all the way down that would have held the roof up.
Fantastic. So, right. Oh my goodness.
It
is vast.
And you can see over to what would have been the west door. Yeah, and this wall is all now that survives. Apart from these steps, so
right.
These are called the night steps because the choir monks who slept up here had to sing offices in the middle of the night. So they had the night stairs, so they had direct access into the Abbey Church from their sleeping quarters.
And then here's the high altar.
Yes, and we do occasionally have outdoor worship here. For the 800th anniversary of the founding of the Abbey in 2004, some of the monks from Mount St. Bernard, which is the remaining Cistercian abbey in England that's active, some of them came here and participated in the special service.
Wonderful. You know, it's a real sadness that...
It is. I mean, it's an awful piece of destruction, and
Yes.
yet somehow the passing of time and the establishment of nature, where man has done his worst, does actually have a healing quality in itself. And as we said, there's somehow imprinted here, I think, the spiritual quality of the place.
No, I couldn't agree more. Beautiful.
What a lasting memory to see these beautiful ruins, giving a glimpse into what it was like here in the medieval era. And out on the estate, I'm meeting up with Rachel, resident agent here, to find further evidence of monastic life at Beaulieu.
So where are you taking me, Rachel?
Well, we're heading now for the Monk's Well. We're crossing the reservoir part at the moment.
Okay.
But we're heading to the source, which is the spring.
I hear water.
Yes, it runs from the well into the reservoir on our left and then disappears from the reservoir down this drain here and through. Can you see that brick arch, Julie, in amongst the ferns?
Yes, I can.
It disappears down through that brick arch.
Oh my gosh.
And all the way to the gardens.
Oh,
and there it is.
Magical. This is absolutely magical.
It's like finding some sort of mystic grove, isn't it?
It really is. Oh my goodness.
This is the source of the spring.
This is the
So the spring comes up within here.
Okay. And tell me a little bit about this structure here.
I believe it was built by the monks in the 13th century. I think it then got overgrown and it was rediscovered in the 18th century by Lord Montagu's ancestors.
Right. All right, so can I go down and have a little peek?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
13th century. Incredible.
So inside here is where the spring would have come up.
This was built by the monks.
Yep.
Rediscovered in the 18th century. Do I have that right? Oh my goodness, it's fantastic. I want to swim in here. Rachel, it's lovely. It's so, like, can you drink this?
I think they used to. Mary and Lord Montagu tell me that they drank it as children.
But it's literally crystal clear. I mean, this water is crystal clear.
It is.
So this was built 13th century, as you
Yes.
said. And then it was the source of water for the abbey, the monks at the
Yes.
abbey. This was a real find.
And massively important. And I think it came down in sort of troughs from here down into the abbey.
Right.
I believe. Obviously now it runs in pipes, but I think originally it ran in troughs.
How wonderful. And is this used at all, this water used at all anymore for
Yes,
any part
absolutely.
of the estate?
We use it for watering all the gardens, and in fact it supplies the fountains in the ornamental gardens, the Victorian vegetable garden and the Victorian flower garden.
Fantastic. What a wonderful treasure, really, for me to come and see. And just the way that
Just the
they
dome and everything, it's just lovely.
built it perfectly.
Yeah.
How brilliant.
Oh my goodness. What a sight. I mean, this is pure magic. I think you could set up like an entire glamping
It's a lovely spot, isn't it?
system here. You know what I mean? Glamping business. I'd run it. I'd happily run the glamping business here. Water, wild garlic, nettles, nature, you know, bird song everywhere.
Yes, yes.
I mean, a much more simple life, I think, is what a lot of us are craving these days. I know I am.
Definitely, definitely.
I find it endlessly fascinating exploring the ruined buildings scattered across historic estates like Beaulieu. Lord Montagu is taking me to see a recent restoration project which shows how different life was before the early 20th century.
So every large house, of course, had an operating kitchen and a kitchen garden to produce the food, but it needed also ways of preserving that through the winter. And so what used to be done before they had refrigerators is that you'd have an ice house, which is a big pit in the ground in which you put ice in the winter, and that kept it cold. right through into the summer, and you could preserve food in it.
I've been to many historic houses, and you're the first house I've come to where I'm actually seeing the ice house itself. It's wonderful to see it. So this is how they would preserve their food.
Yeah, and most of it's underground.
Right.
But the interesting thing for me is that this whole area was completely overgrown, and I knew there was an ice house in here, but I didn't know where it was. For years, I was playing in these woods and never knew where it was. And this arch had collapsed forward, so it was at an angle. And our local contractor managed to get his digger grab underneath it and dig it out.
No.
And push it back up.
Oh my goodness!
So if you look inside, you can see it goes
This
down
is
quite
incredible!
low. In there, in the winter,
Yes.
ice would be brought in from the local pond. So ice made from fresh water. And this would be filled up, and then there would be, I think, straw put on top, and then the food would be added. For preservation, and then they would gradually take ice out to bring to the kitchen when it was required, if the cook was making ice cream or something that needed cooling.
Oh my goodness, this is incredible. So you didn't know that this was here as a boy?
Well, I never discovered it. I kind of heard that there used to be an ice house somewhere in this area.
So when we think about ice houses, when do we think that they actually just stopped functioning? I mean, obviously,
I would guess probably at the start of the First World War, because there wasn't the labour to carry the ice. It would have been a big operation to bring the ice in, and probably after the First World War there were probably early refrigerators.
Yeah, there were early refrigerators. How fascinating.
There's quite a useful picture here to sort of illustrate how the ice was put in.
Wonderful. I mean, what a treat.
But imagine if you were the cook and you wanted something out of the freezer, you'd have to send a boy up here to go and get it. I mean, it would be a half an hour's operation.
It certainly would.
Or maid.
Well, that is one invention I think we both can be very grateful for, is the refrigerator.
Indeed.
And the freezer. After leaving Lord Montague, I actually wanted to come back here to the Abbey and just sit within where the Abbey used to sit, because I felt the energy of this place, and within me it really spurred this sense of calmness and mindfulness, and really an opportunity to connect to the history that is so rooted in here at Beaulieu, these monastic roots, the monks walking around. And I really felt that. And so for me to be able to just come back here and sit here where this wonderful energy is all around me, kind of just sums up my day here at Beaulieu. I'm here at Buckler's Hard, which is part of the Beaulieu estate, and it's filled with maritime history. I'm about to meet Mary, Rafe's sister, and she's going to fill me in on the history and what's happening present day here at Buckler's Hard. Also, it's a spectacular day too.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, Julie.
Nice to meet you, Mary. So nice to meet you. By the way, I had such a great time with your brother. Tell me about Buckler's Hard.
This is Buckler's Hard. So this originally was built in about the 1720s as Montague Town. So the John Duke of Montague, he wanted to have a sugar import village. He thought he was going to make his fortune out of importing sugar from the West Indies. So he created this model town to be known as Montague Town, and these 2 rows of cottages were the first part of the development in the 1720s.
Okay.
And this then turned into a shipbuilding village, an industrial site for building ships from about 1740 right through to after the Napoleonic Wars in about 1920. And 50 ships were built on contract for the Royal Navy.
Right, so this
is
really
where they were
important.
built. Really,
Right.
really important.
Right.
And this was a thriving shipyard. You would have had, at the height of it, maybe 2 ships there on the slipways down on the river there. Big gunships. These were warships built here out of timber from the Beaulieu estate and from the surrounding New Forest timbers, because that's all the preserves of the Royal Navy. And then the ships were launched in the river and towed around to Portsmouth to the Royal Dockyard, where they were fitted out with the masts and cannon, and then off to war.
Do you have, I know you mentioned that there were about 50 built during Was it about 50 you said during that?
About 50 ships, yeah.
Yeah, and any famous ones?
Indeed, absolutely. So the most famous of all is probably HMS Agamemnon. So that was Nelson's favourite ship. He sailed on it for 3.5 years. It was a 64-gun, very, very good ship. But of course there would always have been a shipyard here right from monastic times, because all the stone to build the abbey had to come up this river.
Of course.
It all came by boat. So this corner of the river, this hard, is where the ships would have stopped on the tide because they couldn't carry on up in low water.
Right.
So, you know, would have been a yard here from probably the 13th century.
Incredible.
And so it never really has stopped as a
Right.
boat yard as such. But we have this beautiful preserved village, completely preserved as it was in the 18th century.
So once these cottages were built, they were always lived in.
That's right. So they would have been lived in by hundreds of people at the time of shipbuilding. But even today, there are lots of local residents living in these cottages.
So you are very involved here.
I am maritime.
That's right, you are maritime.
So, yeah, I am maritime. So I do all the maritime stuff in the family. So
Right.
I've always loved the sea, sailing, you know, anything to do with water. So from a very early age, that's been my thing. And that's my passion.
And that's your passion.
Absolutely.
It's fantastic.
Yeah.
No, I can hear it here as you speak, and I understand that my 17-year-old has
Yeah.
decided to sail with you.
Very exciting. It's going to be good.
Which is very exciting. I mean, I have to ask because, you know, our side of the family, of course, has that maritime history as well with the Earl of
Absolutely,
Sandwich.
of course.
And my children have grown up sailing as well. So it's really nice to meet another member of the Montague family so passionate about sailing and the water as much as my children are. Now,
Yeah,
listen,
yeah.
I'm the American. I didn't grow up sailing.
Yeah.
But they have this wonderful passion, just like you do, and they love being on the water. Maybe it is that Montague.
Maybe it is. Who knows? I mean, it's very infectious.
Okay, so where are we heading to now?
Well, do you want to go in and see the chapel here where I got married?
Oh!
So perhaps we can show you that?
Yeah.
So this chapel is just one room wide. And as you'll see, it's very beautiful. And I got married here with 20 people in the room. And it's very special to me. My kids were christened here. And it's used every week by the Beaulieu parish. So we still have services here. Although it's privately owned by the Montague family. It's an active chapel.
Right, it's an active chapel. Yeah. Can I just ask, though, how did you decide what 20 to choose?
Well, now, of course, that was really hard. We did have another 400 people out there having some sort of huge street festival.
Right.
But actually, yes, no, that was quite good because you could just cut it down to 20.
Right.
20 very special people.
How wonderful.
This altar frontal is by my mother. It's another of her very lovely embroideries.
So
this
talented.
has got the names of the ships around. You see Agamemnon, Indefatigable, Euryalus, And also what's amazing is that underneath this place here, about 7 years ago, we had some subsidence in the building and we had to lift the floor and we found underneath a smuggler's cellar. And that's right under the altar. You can see it through the glass plate. When we took the floor up, we found this brick cellar underneath.
No.
And loads of brandy bottles and clay pipes and all sorts of things showing the history of this over the last 200 years.
Right.
300 years, yeah.
The long tradition of shipbuilding here at Buckler's Hard has been recognized in a recently completed project which Mary masterminded.
This is a replica 18th century shipwright's workshop, which I did as a project about 6 years ago. So we got timber from the estate in the log and whole trees, cut them, brought them down here and put a team together to build this by hand. So we only used 18th century methods to build this, and this is a sort of replica workshop based on the vernacular buildings of Hampshire, the sort of exact same building that would have been here on this site.
Right.
Because we know from the maps, from early maps, what was here in the shipyard. And you can see it in the model up in the museum, all the different buildings that were in the shipyard.
Right. So there were many more buildings.
Many more buildings.
So does that mean many more projects for you to come?
Indeed, you're absolutely right. So I'd really like to build a forge next.
All right.
Because, of course, ships need a lot of iron. They have lots of rivets.
Yes.
And so there was a forge just on the bank up there, and that's the next thing I'd really like to do, is to build another building.
When I look around, I mean, this is meticulously done. I mean, it's so spectacular and beautiful.
Yeah, it's beautiful because it's handmade, you know, it's made by people's hands. We didn't use any machine tools, so it just looks lovely.
It's the craftsman.
It's craft, yeah.
That's what it is. It's the craft that we take for granted now and have forgotten about. It's this lost craft, and you've obviously brought it back to life.
I have the dream. The dream is that I can recreate what the shipbuilding would have looked like by actually taking back one of the slipways and maybe laying a keel of a ship, maybe the Agamemnon. Not building a ship, but we just want to put it so it looks like a ship is being built. But it would bring the thing alive, and that's my dream.
Yeah.
But come and have a look, and you can see right across the river, see down to the marina and the boatyard.
Wonderful.
And it's just so beautiful.
It's just, I mean, who wouldn't want to be out at sea every single day? Because it has that, obviously, that calming effect.
Very.
It is wonderful to see how Mary is creating a living maritime history at Buckler's Hard. What an inspiring end to my extraordinary visit to Bewley.
I have arrived, not just at the spectacular Dean Park here, but with my overnight bag, because lucky me, I get to spend the night. Dean Park is one of England's most fantastic historic houses. It has roots from the medieval period, and then it evolved over the Tudor and Georgian periods as well to what we see today. It's been in the Brudnell family since 1514, but it really did evolve over these 6 centuries. I'm here to meet and of course to stay with Charlotte and Robert Brudnell, who are the custodians of wonderful Dean Park, and I can't wait to share all the history with you and what's going on here on the estate. When I married into the British aristocracy, it was the start of a wonderfully exciting journey. But it was also a little daunting. I became a Viscountess, and for an American girl from a small town outside Chicago, that was quite a shock.
I live with my husband Luke, heir to the Earl of Sandwich, and our family at Mapperton House in Dorset.
Living in a place like this is a joy, but also a challenge. And every day we're aware that we're preserving a very special part of Britain's heritage. Mapperton has opened up an extraordinary new world for me, and I can't wait to share it with you all.
So if you love castles and manors and stately homes as much as I do, please join this American Viscountess as I journey into the British countryside in search of some of Britain's finest historic houses.
Well, I'm hoping this is the right entrance, because the doors are open, so I must be in the right place. But look at this fantastic courtyard. I definitely have a lot of questions, but I am spotting actually a lot of heraldry, so a lot of coat of arms. Hello.
Welcome.
I love the knocker.
Welcome. Oh, lovely to see you.
So lovely to see you. Hello, Robert. How are you? Lovely to see you. Now, I have some questions about the courtyard. Can we start there first?
Let's go and have a look.
Okay, this has history, doesn't it?
Indeed. First mentioned in the Domesday Book, 1086, so going back a very long way.
Right.
And then it belonged to the See of Westminster, and it gradually got added and built to. So this section over here was added in about 1630s.
Also, when I was walking in, I noticed heraldry, coat of arms. There's coronets,
We've got the Earl's coronets up there.
Yes.
In the
That's what I
hoppers, the
thought.
top of it, because we had 7 Earls of Cardigan who lived here.
Okay.
Thomas Brudnell was made the first Earl of Cardigan in 1660.
Right.
And he built this tower up there, so we've got more heraldry up there.
Yes, you do.
And with the flag behind it, in your honour.
Oh my goodness. Okay, where are we walking into right now?
We're walking into the Great Hall, which we've just had redecorated 2 years ago. And it's got a fantastic ceiling, which is made out of sweet chestnut. And we were always told that the little weevils wouldn't eat into it, but unfortunately they have. So we've just had it restored, and we've repainted the Great Hall in what would have been actually the original colour.
Beautiful.
It's one of the last great halls that were built before they went out of fashion. We know it was built in 1571 because it says so on the mantelpiece over there. And it was rebuilt because Queen Elizabeth came to stay here for the night. And Edmund Brudenell thought, actually, if she came back for more than one night in the future, perhaps she better have a bigger great hall. So he built this great hall, but sadly she never came back. By 1600, these great halls were out of fashion, and quite a lot of the houses split them into 2 levels.
I'm just going to throw this out there because as you mentioned the mantle, I did spot some Montague lozenges.
There certainly is a Montague connection here.
Okay, should we save that for later?
We will.
Charlotte and Robert open a selection of rooms to the public on certain days in the year. But we will venture behind the scenes to glimpse how Dean Park is still very much a cherished family home.
Now turn left, come through here.
Okay. Oh my goodness. I think I need to stay for a whole week, Charlotte.
We've got a lot of books for you to read. And we're putting you in the bow room.
Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. This is splendid. Okay, first of all, I love the colors. It's enormous. Did you do this?
You said exactly the right things. This is the one bedroom in the house that I have recently done up. And it was a Germaline pink faded wallpaper and raspberry carpets which were shredded. And it's quite a difficult thing to know you've got to decorate a room for the next 60 years. The other thing I did was I took all the books out of the bookcase and put my collection of Coalport china in there, which is rather pretty.
So you did this all yourself? Yeah.
I suppose I did, darling, didn't I?
Yes, I didn't.
And what do you think of it, Robert?
I didn't have a say in it, I'm sure. I just signed it off.
But then you've also got, up the stairs, this is very important, a bathroom which has got the best view in the world.
No, you're right. This is the best view in the world. The bridge I just walked over, and then look at these magnificent gardens down below. Thank you, thank you, thank you, both of you. It is really a treat, so thank you.
Shall we leave you to sort yourself out here and then come downstairs and have a drink?
I did not expect this. When Charlotte and Robert asked me to stay, I of course said yes, but oh my goodness, this is, I mean, she's done just a brilliant job here. And this is what's so wonderful about these historic houses is the way that each homeowner, as they, take over, if you like, for their period of time, they put their mark on it, or they redecorate, or they add something. And this is exactly what Charlotte's done in this bedroom. She's put in such lovely, bright, happy colors here, but then kept the horsehair mattress. So I think that's what we're always trying to do as homeowners, is we're trying to make sure that, of course, we put our touches on it, but at the same time preserving the past.
The connection between the Brudenell and the Montague families reaches back to the 18th century, when George Brudenell, the 4th Earl of Cardigan, married Lady Mary Montague.
What I love best of all is the map in the corner that shows that my husband and my son are all descended from God.
Right,
and as I point out, as we all are.
We all are.
You'll probably find a lozenge or 3.
I know, maybe. Yep, I already spotted it right there. So when was this created?
Well, I think the bottom one is the 3rd Earl of Cardigan, so it must have been early 1700s.
So it would have been early 1700s.
Yes.
Incredible. Well, you can see down through here, and this is what I love, you can see the 3 lozenges up there, Montagues, and here is Sidney Montague, and guess what, Charlotte? Right below Earl of Sandwich.
Yay!
Right there you go. And so he's got his garter there. And Jemima, the first Countess, and off they go, Edward Montague, the Earl of Sandwich. Gosh, you've got a lot here. Look at this. Edward Montague, Lord Hinchingbrook. Goodness me. I mean, wow. We've really, again, another Earl of Sandwich. That would have been the 3rd one. So, no, that would have been the 4th. So that would have been the one who invented the sandwich. Anyway, not taking it away from Charlotte here. But we're related, is what it is. We're related.
Kith and kin.
Anyway, I'm happy about is that we're related. And look at who's here to greet us.
Hello,
Minta. Minta. Now, I briefly walked through here on my way up to my gorgeous bedroom. As I walked in, of course me and my eagle eye, I spotted those Montague lozenges. There's center there, right there. And I'm learning a lot about the heraldry. So, you know, because we have to remember that during that period, if you were a grand aristocratic or noble person, you have to marry somebody from a grand aristocratic family. So when you did, your coat of arms would be impaled with the wife's family coat of arms. Is that correct?
Absolutely. So you'll find in the middle there that they've got so many quarterings. It's grandparents, great-grandparents, great-great-grandparents.
Right.
It was a very important part of the 16th century.
Yes.
And we've got them also on the stained glass windows we've got here. And the interesting story about this was that
oh my goodness.
on early December in 1943, we had an American air base of 3,500 Americans just up on the hill there. And they were flying B-17 Fortress bombers. And one of them early in the morning had ice on the wings. And it tipped over and was about to explode. And they managed to get into the local village and say, get up, out, out, out.
Right.
Boom, up it went.
No.
And it broke all the stained glass here. And Robert's grandparents stored glass on top of each other, which you don't do because the weight cracks it even more. And then after the war, during the 1950s, my parents-in-law got a grant to restore it. And with the grant came, you have to open to the public. And that's why we're open to the public.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Just like Bewley and so many English historic houses, Dean Park opened its doors to the public for the first time in the 1950s. And the Great Hall is still a highlight of the tours today.
And this is the original paneling here.
That is the paneling, the original paneling from when it was built in 1571.
Now, I see we've got some polishing going on over here.
Julie's very kindly helping us.
Yeah.
And I think you might join her, mightn't
Yeah,
you?
I would love to. So what are you using to polish it?
A wax.
Just a wax?
Yeah, just a wax, yeah. And
Right.
Put it on very, very lightly. Always go with the grain.
Always
So
go with
the grain. Yeah, yeah. And little, you know, like, and you can feel it almost go, you know, it suddenly goes smooth.
Yeah.
You try that bit.
Okay.
And
with the grain.
Yeah, you just go up and
Oh,
down
yeah.
and then just keep going. And then you can feel it suddenly go smooth.
You can.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh my goodness. It's wonderful to be polishing something that's, you know, Tudor period.
Yeah, absolutely, isn't it?
It is.
You think about the people that made it and the people that polished it before.
I know the people
and,
that polished it before. You think how many other hands were on this?
Exactly.
It's wonderful. So, do you want me to do all of it?
You're here for a week.
Thank you. What a really, really special place. And also knowing that this is one of the last great halls that was built gives it even more, you know, meaning to it. When you walk in here, you just think how wonderful.
Thank you. We love it.
Yeah.
We use it. We love it.
So this is the moment I know I've been waiting for, and hopefully you have as well. And that's really the history of Dean Park. It's been here for a millennium, really, but it's been, again, a part of the Brunel family since 1514, is that right?
Indeed. This is the start of the tour, and this is the billiard room. Originally in the medieval days, it would have been a parlour to the Great Hall. But I'm going to go back right to the very, very beginning, and that is that it's first mentioned in the Domesday Book in 1086. And so we know that it was here in 1086.
Yes.
It was a monastic retreat. The See of Westminster, the Bishop of Westminster, owned a lot of land around here. And he would come up and stay here to survey his land.
Yes.
So it was a small monastic cell, a little square courtyard house.
Ah.
And it remained as such until the church realised that actually perhaps they could rent it out to families who would let him come and stay twice a year and live there.
Right.
So in 1514, Sir Robert Brudnell took over the lease, because it was a lease then. This is the first room that our visitors come to, so we try to give them a little brief about it.
Right.
It's terribly important because it is the one part of the house where we have just one item of medieval, and that is in the far corner. There's a little
should we go
arch.
visit it?
There was an archway that went into a Catholic chapel. And then the other important thing in this room is we've got the charter, which is right there, that creates Thomas Brudnell, the first Earl of Cardigan. During the Civil War, King Charles I was trying to raise money.
Yes.
And Charles I asked him, and the son said, here's £1,000 for your fighting fund. When things come good, could you honour my father and his heirs? he was very canny. In 1660, when Charles II came to the throne, he said, could you hurry up and honour the debt to my father because he's 81.
Right,
so we need that quite quickly.
Yeah, we need that title.
So 3 weeks before his coronation, he was created the first Earl of Cardigan.
As we explore the wealth of rooms here at Dean Park, there are a few surprises along the way.
Oh my goodness.
This is actually a very modern chapel. It was only done in the 1980s because the parish church it's a huge church, and it had 5 members of the congregation, all called Brudenell.
Right.
And they froze to death in there. So my mother-in-law thought, well, why don't we make our own little chapel? And this was the billiard room, and we've just seen the billiard table, which moved into the smoking room because nobody smokes.
Yep.
And so she turned it into this beautiful chapel.
It's wonderful. And do you use the chapel?
We do.
You
William
do?
was christened here. We're having a service on Sunday week. And we have a lovely little tradition here, which you can bring in when you live in a house like this.
Yes.
Which is that having gone to the Royal Chelsea, the hospital in Chelsea, every service they have there, whether it's a funeral or a wedding or whatever, they sing the national anthem. We sing the national anthem here at the end of every service.
No. Charlotte, this is incredible. Nuts.
This is the tapestry room.
Oh my goodness.
And once upon a time it had tapestries all the way around it.
Okay, what about this ceiling here?
The ceiling is dated 1597. And we do have some rooms above it which we hardly ever go into because we don't want to bang and make too much noise on it.
Oh my goodness. I mean, can I just ask then, would this be considered a pendant ceiling?
Yes.
Because,
you can see the
because we have one at Mapperton in the Great Chamber, again Tudor, probably 1550. But this is extraordinary. I mean, unbelievable. Oh my goodness.
It's such a lovely room.
Spectacular. And so when you arrived, Dean, had this been sort of done to what we're seeing today by your mother-in-law?
She had, and actually it was well, after I'd married Robert, it was beige, this room, and my mother-in-law painted it this extraordinarily tealy, greeny blue colour, which I think is magnificent. It sets off her collection of Christian art.
Yep.
We've got a whole lot of Christian art. And do you know what the great joy with these pictures in here is? I use them for doing Christmas cards.
Do you?
Mm-hmm. This one in particular, yes. I think this piece of furniture is the very oldest piece of furniture. I think it dates from the early 1500s.
Wow. Incredible.
Obviously was used in a kitchen because it's got lots of chopping marks on it.
Yep.
Do you think we're rather bored of listening to us?
Mint is ready to go into the next room.
This is King Henry's room. This is the room that King Henry VII would have stayed in on the way up to visit his mother, Margaret Beaufort, who lived about 8 miles north.
Okay.
And she was the reason that Sir Robert Brudenell took on the lease here because he was her finance advisor and her executor.
King Henry VII.
King Henry VII, his mother.
His
We've
mother.
got a picture of her here, Margaret Beaufort. Queen Elizabeth would have slept in this room when she came for her one night.
No.
I would love to tell you that she slept in that bed, but she came in 1565, and if I'm a purist, that bed is dated 1580. So it was not that bed, but she would have slept in this room, which would have been appropriate because this is where her grandfather would have slept.
Right. And this paneling that I'm seeing here?
Rather original, unique, single linen fold paneling.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so when Queen Elizabeth was here
it would have
and
been
slept
here.
in this room, this would have been
This
here.
would have been here.
Coat of arms.
Absolutely.
Would have absolutely been here.
And then there was paneling at this window. And then, as we are blessed in this house to have these little corner turrets, we have a bathroom using the paneling.
No. Oh my gosh. This is wonderful. But of course, this wouldn't have been a bathroom when Queen Elizabeth was here.
No, it would have been a powder room.
But a powder room.
Yes.
Right, powder room. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. So I'm in the turret right now.
Yes.
Oh, I love being in turrets.
There's one room which sums up perfectly how historic houses, like Dean Park and Mapperton, are layered in history, as each generation leaves their mark.
But what does this date back to? I'm all about dates.
Oh, we're going back to about the late 1500s, Jacobean time.
So this is original?
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
This is original. Wow.
18th century, we've got a bit of Georgian paneling.
Right,
and then
okay.
We've got
Yeah.
19th century windows, 20th century ceiling, because this ceiling is a work of art on its own and was done by Robert's parents in 1997. We've
There.
even got 21st century.
What's
My
the
husband
21st
and I
century?
went to Jerusalem about 4 years ago.
Right.
And we bought this in the market.
So this is a real wonderful hodgepodge of centuries.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I love it.
What I love best of all in the room are the two pictures hanging on the Georgian panelling. Dean Park is full of portraits of Brudenells. He was the steward, and he was born in the village, educated by the third Earl, came back and was the steward at Dean, running it all. And these pictures were given by the third Earl as a wedding present.
Oh.
And notes the blue silk, she's much prettier.
Yes.
And it passed down the Eaton family line and came up for sale. So I said that it was incredibly important that we had hanging on the walls people who lived here,
Yes,
who
yes.
are not called Brudenell.
Right.
So he's come back, and hooray, hooray. Come on in, this is my study, the oak parlour.
Lovely.
We've got a portrait of King Charles II there, who was the one who created Thomas Lord Brudenell, the first Earl of Cardigan.
Right.
3 weeks before his coronation.
3 weeks, because it was a debt that was owed by King Charles I, his father, who was, yep. And then he said to him, is that right?
He honoured the deal from the money that was given for his fighting fund.
Right.
And so he was made the first Earl of Cardigan. And one of his mistresses was the Duchess of Portsmouth, Louise de Querouaille, and they had, their son became the Duke of Richmond.
Oh.
And the reason we have him here is because he married the first Earl of Cardigan's granddaughter, who was called Lady Anne Brudenell, and we've got a picture of her here.
Right, well, at least their illegitimate child became a duke.
They were all made dukes. Yes. Fitzroy, that's where the name Fitzroy comes from.
Okay.
Yes, because Roy is king and Fitz means illegitimate son.
I didn't know that. No. That's a fun fact. I could win that at a quiz night, couldn't I?
You could.
I could win that as a quiz night. Okay, thank you, Charlotte.
Now, what I'd love to show you is the work of art that I would take with me. If there was a fire, I would grab the dog first,
Right, yes,
then the
of course.
husband, and then I'd come back and I'd get this map, which is from 1746, done by Brazier, and it's a map layout of what Dean looked like then. And I cannot tell you as a work of reference how much we have managed to understand from it. There was a river, they added a canal, they merged them together, and then they built this huge bridge here, and they made an enormous lake here, because those were the fish ponds from the medieval days.
This is wonderful. So this is what you would take.
I would take this, absolutely.
It's fantastic. Look at Minta.
Hello.
Good. Come on, Minta. Let's go. Minta must get a lot of steps in
Good.
this house.
She needs it. Have you seen how stout she is?
I mean, stunning.
The ante-hall.
Beautiful.
It is a beautiful room.
The ante-hall, and it's because it's off the Great Hall.
It's off the Great Hall.
Right.
So I think probably in medieval days it would have been a buttery and a dairy and a storage room.
Right.
Yes, but now it's been made into our little dining room.
Yeah, well, it's rather grand. I love it.
But we've got two lovely items in here,
Right.
which I really want to show to you. One is the exercise chair in the corner.
Okay.
Do you know what an exercise? Would you like to?
No, is it 18th century?
I think no, it might be 19th century. Basically, without biffing your head, sit on it.
Okay. So I can stand on this.
Stand on that. Yep.
Okay.
Sit on it. And you go up and down. Up.
This is what they did. What, to
That's
work
what
their
they did.
core?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
We used to say to our son, push down lunch, make room for pudding.
Oh my gosh. What, do they think that they just didn't get enough steps around these big houses?
Well, you're not doing any steps now, but
No,
it is.
I know. So it's working something else. It's working
Yes.
the core.
Yeah.
That is so crazy.
And the second thing I wanted to show you, this was a gift to me, and I have put around it all the most famous people who have been to Dean either for tea or for lunch or stayed or for dinner. And we've got, obviously, Queen Elizabeth I, because she stayed here for her one night. We have Prince Philip, because he came here for the 1954 anniversary of the Charge of the Light Brigade dinner. And we've got Prince Michael of Kent. I put Earl of Cardigan, but that's rather generic, isn't it? Because there were 7 of them.
Yeah, but still.
We also had a visit from Her Majesty Queen Mary. Queen Mary came for tea here in 1937.
Did she take anything?
No, she didn't. She did point out that she had something that we had, and my husband's Greek grandmother said, oh, we'd quite like it back. But that's apocryphal. What she did do is she went round the house, and she sort of saw all the shredded walls, and said, amazing family that's been here for so many years, such a shame there's no money. I thought, plus ça change. Yes.
This is brilliant. I love this, though, this sort of emplacement that is, it's very clever.
For dinner parties.
Yeah, for dinner
great.
parties.
How spectacular Dean Park is. I met up with Charlotte and Robert for drinks in another beautiful room.
Can you just tell me a little bit about this glorious room? And the shape, I think, is rather splendid, because you've got sort of the square edges there, and then it has the
bow, which is why it's called the bow room.
Right.
So in this room, we have probably one of our prized possessions, which is the Brudenell Tresham Library. And it is a very important late 16th century library where we have books that are written in Spanish, French, Latin, Greek, English. It's a collection that belonged to Sir Thomas Tresham.
Right.
And Sir Thomas Tresham's youngest daughter married Sir Thomas Brudenell, who was also an antiquarian, so a lot of the books were his. And I reckon that it was her wedding diary. This wonderful library was confiscated by the parliamentary troops in 1643 when they came to raid Dean. And the Earl of Cardigan, who was then Sir Thomas, Lord Brudenell, he escaped. And they took his library away, and he had quite an adventure, which I won't go into. But when he was let out of the Tower of London, he had to buy his library back.
No.
And the library was brought back, except for some of the books, which are now in an Oxford library. And
Right, but he was able to get the majority of
or he was
the collection
furious he
back.
had to pay them.
Oh, my
so I think
goodness.
it was more of a fine than a repurchase.
This is 16th century, most of these books.
And beginning of 17th century.
Beginning.
Yeah.
In this library here, do you have a few favorites, would you say?
I have one very special book here.
Right.
One very special book here, and I know where it is, because it's all under lock and key.
Yes, yes.
And this is the Almanac, the diary of Sir Edmund Brudenell. On August the 12th in 1565, it has got Regina Apud Dean. So we have the absolute proof that Queen Elizabeth I came here for the night of August the 12th and August the 13th.
Oh my goodness.
So when people
That's
say, oh, she never
incredible.
came to Northamptonshire, she did.
She did.
She did.
And she stayed here.
For one night.
For one night. You have this proof.
Absolutely, we have this proof.
See,
yes.
that's what's pretty spectacular, that you have this in writing. So cheers to that.
Absolutely.
Cheers to
Indeed.
Queen Elizabeth I.
Absolutely, and her one night stay. She never came back, thank heavens.
Today, I'm ready to get stuck in on a lot of the future projects that are happening here at Dean Park. I mean, Dean Park is vast. It's a beautiful historic house, but of course, we're always, as homeowners, trying to think of ways that we can incorporate more income to help to preserve this part of England's heritage.
Good morning.
This is heaven. It's all heaven, isn't it?
Yep.
Good morning. Can I just say I slept?
I was going to ask you.
But do you think it's the horsehair mattress?
I'm just going to shut that
It's
door.
also because you're here. You're staying under somebody else's roof, so your worries also go slightly. It's very, very tranquil here.
Yeah.
Yes.
You do have traffic, but you know.
It's the
you've
bustle
got to
of
be
life
listening to it.
outside.
Yes, it was beautiful, but I slept like a log.
Oh, well done.
Do you do coffee, Charlotte?
Absolutely. I don't speak until I've had a cup of coffee.
I know. Sitting in here, the stained glass is extraordinary. Was this always here?
Not at all. No, we're looking at the remnants of a ballroom that was built after the charge of the Light Brigade to commemorate the great victory, or not victory. And there is a sort of gap. There was a Regency enfilade that came through, and the ballroom went right outside and was designed by Crace. It was very high Victorian. I think the colour of the stone was slightly yellower.
It was
you remember
I
it?
remember it, yes, certainly. But the stone colour of the stone was slightly different to the rest of the house.
So you remember, it was here
It was here, it was taken down in the 80s. I remember we had a school here in the late 60s, early 70s, and we used to play badminton in here. And later, of course, when my parents opened the house to the public, we had teas in there, and we had our 21st party in the ballroom. And
so this doorway here that I'm looking
that
at.
door there, I mean, for parties, there were 3 big rooms, the ballroom where we were last night. Then you open up the twin doors behind in the ballroom into the drawing room, and then these doors open, and then you came into the ballroom, and this was a double height room in here. There was a minstrel's gallery upstairs, up some steps, and then downstairs was like it is now. And then you walked through. When you went straight into the ballroom. I don't think there were double doors here like there are now.
Right.
But then you had the ballroom right to the far end, and the turret at the end was doubled height than it is now. My parents put it down.
The floor level was the same, and they had underground heating. They had underground hot
So this
water.
floor here
went straight out.
Went straight out.
Yeah.
One of the things, of course, I love to do when I come and visit magical places like Dean Park is just to be able to get onto the estate. Because I think, especially for me, the American, when I first moved here and I would see these grand houses, these palaces, these manor homes, I just thought that was it. You've got the house and the history of the house, but then you've got the surrounding land, and there's a lot going on.
We need the land all around it because that is what supports the house. Every tile on the roof needs some funding somehow.
Right.
And we are very blessed here because we've got a whole lot of different ways of diversification, I think is the word.
Generating income, yes.
Generating income, yeah. So today you're going to hopefully go and have a look at some of the things we've got, some of the building works that we're doing, which we will be able to have commercial lets with, and then see what we're doing with the ground, with regeneration in terms of rewilding, and the bees. We're very fond of our bees, and some of Robert's cattle.
When you took over, 9 years ago, did you feel when you stepped in there was still a lot for you to do? I mean, what was your biggest concern 9 years ago?
My personal one was being absolutely scared rigid. I'll quite honestly say that I didn't like Dean. I didn't know how it worked. I didn't know how it ran. There was this sort of feeling that it's got to carry on as it was, and financially we couldn't do that. I felt really the newbie, and I was treading on eggshells everywhere. It was a very horrible, horrible time. But you learn, and everybody's very helpful. And of course, my love for Dean is unquantifiable now. We have had a lot to do here at Dean in the last 9 years. We had to re-roof most of the house. We had to put in central heating.
Re-roof, yes. We did, I think, a half of the house. And a point I always loved saying when we do that, the scaffolding took 6 weeks to put up.
The scaffolding put 6 weeks?
We couldn't get a lorry close enough, so we had to walk it through. And also roses at the front, the flowers at the front. Roses do not like iron, do not like scaffolding, and therefore we had to be very careful. But if we damage those roses, it would knock the regeneration of those roses out for a good 10, 15 years.
Yeah, a good 10 years, yeah.
The scaffolding went twice the height of this house. Can I rewind slightly on it? Because most people put a roof on first and then they deal with the central heating.
Right.
We did actually the other way round. We had a lovely, lovely expert who came to look at our books, our wonderful library books, and sure enough there was white mould on them. So we had to get specialists in to come and unmould the books, particularly in the Borum Library. And at the end of it, they said, that's perfect, but you do realise that after another cold winter, the mould will be back and you'll see us again next year. So we then realised we had to sort out the heating, and we've put in a mammoth wood chip boiler, a mammoth one, which is incredibly noisy, and I love it in January, but not in June.
Yes.
And so we put in the central heating in first, and then we moved onto the roof.
And then you moved onto the roof. But those are two big projects because, at Mapperton, luckily my in-laws had done the roof, and I don't think that, I know I didn't realize this until I had moved into a historic house. You don't have a house without the roof, and your biggest expense is the roof. And that was your huge one of two huge projects, because then heating Dean Park and getting that biomass boiler in would have been an enormous expense.
It was.
And it was, yes. We are caretakers of the house, so everything that is done on the estate within the house is all for the good of the house. It's so that we can hand it over to the next generations, so that history continues.
So that history continues. That's exactly right. Well, I'm excited to get stuck in today and to see more of the estate. But gosh, I really did sleep. I texted my husband first thing this morning. I was like, I think we need to get a few more horsehair mattresses at Mapperton because I slept so
I don't know if
well.
can you still get them? I don't know if you can.
Oh, there's still horses around, so you must be able to.
Must be able to, sure.
After a glorious breakfast, I'm heading out with Mark Coombs, the estate manager of the Broodnell Estates, who is masterminding plans for the future here at Dean Park.
So Mark, we're heading off on the estate, but I have just noticed, obviously, big wedding happening here.
Yep.
There's so much going on.
We have to diversify the business in order to generate enough cash to really keep the estate going.
Yes.
You know, put lead on the roof, as we say.
Yes.
And to be able to reinvest back into the estate. So one of our diversifications is weddings.
Right.
We've actually got 3 sites that we do weddings. Estates are far more than simply agriculture and forestry.
Yeah.
You have land,
Yes.
and that is an asset. And that asset has to be used wisely, both for, I guess, the continuing running of these estates, but as importantly, there's also a responsibility in terms of good quality stewardship and management for the wider community and other stakeholders.
It's lovely long grass.
That's right.
I love this.
Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it?
It's so beautiful.
So this is all part of a parkland restoration scheme.
Okay.
So we've stopped putting fertiliser on here about 2 years ago.
Fantastic.
Anything like that. And you can see that, well, the butterflies, all the biodiversity and vertebrate life is really kicked in. It's beautiful.
Yes.
Yeah, we're really, so this will get bailed off at some point in August.
Right,
And then we'll
right.
actually have a music festival on here.
Oh, you are?
So you can do both.
Yeah,
you can kind
do
of
both.
zone it. Exactly right. Yeah.
It's brilliant. Okay, so where am I standing? Because
Right.
I thought when we were driving, is
Yes,
that the house there?
So the house is just there, just through the trees, and you see St Peter's Church there in the
Yes.
village of Dean, just here. So where we are now is really in the sort of the core of the estate. So this is a 500-acre parkland.
Okay.
It's all part of the Broodnell Estates, of which there are 10,000 acres.
Yes.
And there's 3,500 acres here, and a further 6,500 acres just in the Welland Valley in Leicestershire.
Okay.
So so this is all part, as you can see, this is all part of our parkland. We've converted 200 acres of former arable land back into parkland.
Oh, you have?
Yep.
Okay.
And we'll plant probably a couple of hundred parkland trees as well over a period of time.
Right. We're now in this period where it's trying to find that balance between food production, of course, and of course, rewilding.
Correct.
And
Yep.
what are you using your land for, and making it work for everybody. And that's tough.
Yeah, it's quite a balance.
It's a balance.
I mean, you're never going to be absolutely popular with everyone.
No.
But I mean, it's a fool who tries to do that. I think what we do is we have a 10-year plan.
So true.
Yeah, we have a 10-year plan, and that's a fairly broad plan, if you like.
Right.
We know where we want to be, and then that's more detailed within a 3-year window. So we're quite clear where we are with our sort of development targets, where we are with our internal businesses, where we want to be with our stewardship, etc. It's lovely to go out onto the estate and start seeing, you know, this. It is.
I mean,
absolutely lovely.
It is really lovely, you know, and you do start to notice all of a sudden more butterflies or moths or the invertebrate coming back. Okay.
And I'd like to introduce you to some of our cattle. We've got some native breeds who help us manage all of this.
Okay,
and
great.
they're lovely, placid, beautifully calm.
Okay, good.
Beef shorthorns.
Yeah, so
You'll be fine.
many people know that I have a fear of cows.
That's fine.
So,
you couldn't meet a nicer bunch of girls.
Okay.
They're absolutely lovely.
You heard it here first.
Before I face my fears with the herd, we stop off to see some of the building projects Mark is overseeing.
Well, this is one of the sweetest cottages I've ever seen.
It's beautiful,
I mean,
isn't it?
It's beautiful.
So this was the old kennelman's cottage.
Okay.
So years ago they would have had their own hounds here.
Right.
And so this was built for that individual. And
Right.
behind us, over there, is that would have been where the kennel boy would have lived.
Oh my
And the plan here, Julie, is to, well, you can see we're restoring this. So we've replaced the Collie Western roof.
Beautiful.
We're turning it into a 3-bed cottage. The plan is that we're going to have this as a holiday cottage. It's the first one we will have done on the estate. But it will support our wedding and events business.
Yes.
And so we've got a new venue for our woodland weddings nearby. But we actually discovered that we had bats up in the roofs there.
Right.
So we've stopped.
Yes, you have to stop.
Consulted Natural England.
Yes.
We put in mitigating bat boxes around the place.
Right.
And we're just about to start. So the windows, we're making new windows which are ready now for fitting.
Okay.
And as soon as the windows are done and the gutters, we can drop the scaffolding, move into the building and start renovating inside.
Start renovating inside.
Yeah.
Fantastic. So 3-bedroom here.
3-bedroom here.
And then what are you going to do with this?
So that's going to be a single bedroom.
Oh, wow.
And so the idea there is that if you have a small wedding party,
yes,
bride and groom can stay in it's called the doghouse. So
Oh
we're
my
calling it the
goodness.
doghouse. I don't know if that's good or bad, but
no, I'm
we'll
sure
call
for the bride and groom, they'll find
they'll like that. But
So
that's the plan there. So again, we're doing a little timber extension at the back there.
And obviously, I know that you do. I've seen the marquee that's been set up that has that backdrop of the house. Traditionally, that's what people wanted. That's what we do at Mapperton. But you're telling me that there's now another place that people can have their weddings, which is more in the woodlands.
Correct.
Because that's becoming very popular. People want to be in nature.
So we can give them a little bit more choice. This is our woodland clearing for our woodland weddings. We've done nothing here other than mow it, but through the trees, we have added some wildflowers, etc. So the whole idea is that we've got a really light footprint in what we're doing here.
Yes.
The intention is that the marquee goes up for that specific event, but it's a super light sort of touch. And also from an estate point of view, we've not spent lots and lots of money on this.
Exactly.
You know,
So
nature's
ROI.
kind of done it all for us. Yeah. But the meadow's absolutely beautiful. We've cut some paths through there if you want to have a quick
definitely.
look. But it's lovely. So we only put the wildflower mix in the autumn last year.
Okay.
But what we'll do here, Julie, is we'll cut this off.
Right.
Once it's all seeded, we'll cut it and bale it and remove it and keep taking the energy out of the grass.
Okay.
And you'll find the wildflower mixes get stronger and stronger and stronger. Yeah. So if you come up here in the evenings, it's absolutely full of moths and what have you. It's lovely. In fact, I come up in the evenings and it's not unusual to see a deer or two here or the hare or that sort of thing. But you can see the paths they're sort of rudimentary a little bit at the moment, but you get the idea of what we're trying to do.
Brilliant.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
It is beautiful. And then again, you just see butterflies all around.
Well, absolutely. So you've got the creeping thistles in here. You've got parsley, oxeye daisies.
Yes.
There's a few poppies. There's a thing called kidney vetch down there. Absolutely brilliant for the bees. You can see the bees, buzzing around.
Well, I can hear them.
So this is interesting, isn't it? You might be able to give me a view on this slightly. So our gardens say, should we be pulling these out, these thistles?
No.
No. Well, there's the answer.
I mean,
no,
look
I
at
think
the,
they're
look at the, if
absolutely
you look at
full,
the
aren't they? And it's quite pretty, isn't it?
It's
looking
so
through
pretty.
it.
You don't pull out the thistles because look at the wildlife that's look at the invertebra that every bee I've seen so far is going.
Look, there they are. They're absolutely full of it.
They're full of it, and then they pollinate and go on and on and on. This is what you want to see. Look at them.
This is year one, so within 2 or 3 years we'll have this.
Well, I can't wait to come back.
Yeah.
Everywhere I go, Mark, everybody wants to introduce me to their cattle.
I know.
It's somehow
it's cruel, isn't it?
It's gotten around that I have a fear of cows.
Okay. Well, these are probably the nicest bunch of cows you're going to meet. These are our little herd of traditional beef shorthorn cattle.
Right.
Okay, so they're a native breed.
Yes.
And the reason we have them here is because it's part of our agri-environmental scheme. So we wanted to reintroduce these grazers back into the estate.
Ah.
And so we have a little herd of 20. We've had them for a couple of years.
Okay.
And we've got a lovely bull called Poseidon, who's not here.
Oh,
He was due to come in today, and we thought that might just be too exciting for everyone.
Right.
So he's in tomorrow.
Okay.
But as you can see, they come in lots of sort of different colours and what have you.
Yes, beautiful.
Aren't they beautiful?
Yeah, they're really beautiful.
They really are. So this is part of our parkland restoration. We've introduced a new avenue here. As you can see, some lime trees.
Yes.
Cleared some trees at the other end. So you get a vista all the way up through there.
Yeah, beautiful.
As you come in into the estate. So this is part of the 500-acre restoration programme. What you've got in front of you, this lovely cow, that is the classic beef short-arm cow.
Yes.
And you can see, isn't she lovely and friendly?
She is lovely and friendly. I mean, they are all looking at me though, so I'm a bit like...
Yeah, no. But they're good calves, and there's some lovely calves in here.
Then Mark introduces me to some renovation projects taking place across the estate.
All right, Mark, I love a good kit, so thank you for the hard hat and the high-vis.
We've got a range of disused agricultural buildings here.
Right.
They're listed, so there are complications with that.
Yes,
but
yes they are.
They're totally underutilised.
Yep.
But what we're doing is converting these to form little business units. The plan originally was to do very small little workshops, but we're actually going to go for offices.
For offices?
Yep. So we've got planning, so we're stripping the roofs off and we'll start re-roofing it, etc. But there's a lot of stone work to do. But this one here was totally gone.
Right.
So we've stripped that off and it's been battened, and then we'll put the Collie Western slate back on there.
Back on there.
So they're scheduled to come at the beginning of the month.
Brilliant.
So you can see it's a classic sort of courtyard, but we're going to create roughly 19 little business units out of this.
Okay.
And what we're proposing to do is heat them through geothermal rods.
Yes.
So 10 rods at 150 metres, so 1.5 kilometres if you like.
Right.
And a little plant room, and that will distribute heat and hot water for all of the business units. So hopefully we can ride the sort of the peaks and troughs of energy costs and so on and so forth.
And I'm just going to ask, with this roof up here, so that you're having to literally rebuild.
The joiners will come and start replacing the timbers that need to be replaced.
Okay.
And our guys just pointing up the walls, etc., in advance of the rest of it.
Now you know me. I never miss an opportunity to get involved. And I'm joining Ned Cull and Adam McCrone up on the scaffold.
So here, because the building's that old, where the wall plates moved and pushed the stonework, it's all come loose.
Yeah.
So basically what we've got to do up here on both sides is replace the loose stones.
Okay,
so
wow.
Me and Adam,
and then repoint.
Yes, and then repoint.
Right.
So me and Adam, we did half of last week and this week with help from Brandon doing this side, which is all pointed up and ready for the roofer to replace the roof.
Oh, right. So this side's ready.
This side's ready.
And then what about on the other side?
On the other side, there's plenty of work to do. That
side. Still, right. Okay, should we have a little look at that?
Yep.
Okay, wow. This is your next big project.
This is the project now, this side. So basically what I'll get Adam to do now is where here, instead of it being lime mortar, it's cement.
Oh my gosh.
So what we've got to do is we've got to try and get it out and then repoint it with lime cement, which we've been using.
All this is cement?
Yes.
You're not supposed to use cement because then it doesn't work well with the environment. It's not breathable. So all the moisture gets caught in.
Yes,
trapped.
Right? Yeah.
Trapped in.
Yes.
All right, so what are you and I going to do while Adam has this super fun job? He's super excited.
While Adam's doing that, what we'll do, as you can see, already prepared, this is where all the loose stone was.
Okay.
So what we've done is we took it off, and then all we're doing is, as you can see, we've put it, so this is your top course and that's to go on next.
Yeah.
So what we'll do is we'll just lay these stones onto the wall.
Without?
No, with
with
the lime cement.
With the lime cement.
Yes.
Okay.
So then basically what we're doing is just rebuilding it back up to this height.
Okay.
So when the roofers come, it's not loose.
It's not loose.
It's
all
solid again.
Okay, do you want to start this process?
Yep. So,
because I have zero
So what we've got to do, because obviously when we cleaned them, there's still some cement left on.
Oh my gosh.
So just chip that off. If you've got rubbish and dirt still there, your cement's not going to stick.
It's not going to stick.
So what you've got to do from there,
oh my goodness.
again, different brick layers and stone layers, they have their own way of putting joints on. Some put it on the one they've got in the hand, and some put it on there. And then basically what you've got to do is fight your way back in.
I mean, that's looking sort of right. Yeah.
So again, when you've done that.
Okay, so I'm going to try to do one. So I take this and I'm going to plunk it on, correct?
Spread it about, fill all your places in.
And go far back. Ned, how far back should I go? More.
Yep.
And back.
Yep.
Okay. What do we think? More?
No, that's fine.
You sure?
That's fine, that's good.
Okay.
And then what you've got to do there is, so your stone to stick, you need a joint either on this stone or that stone.
Oh, right, okay.
So what I would do, I would put it on there, so then you can control the stone with your hand. Beautiful.
Okay, how's that?
That's fine.
Okay, now?
So now what you've got to do is pick your stone up without any dirt on it.
Yeah.
Keep a 10mm gap-ish there, and then tap it when you're sort of levelish.
Yeah.
You're there.
I'm there, I did it.
Yeah.
I did one.
And then you go on to your next one.
Then you go on to the next one. And then you
just carry on.
And then you just carry it, and you've got all to do all down there.
So
there's lots to do.
Lots to do.
Gosh, I'm gonna have to come back here and visit this.
Oh yes.
That is for sure.
So you're really seeing behind the scenes here, really. This is not many people, hardly any people get to see this. So what we've got here, it's an extraordinary building. I think it's one of the only of its type of its in the UK. So it's it's brick built, listed riding school. Okay, so it's mid 19th century, 1840 or
right.
so. So it was built by the Earl of Cardigan to train his horses.
Oh my
So
goodness.
can you imagine training your horses undercover here? And
Oh
the
my goodness.
walls, if you look at the bottom of the walls, can you see that they slope away slightly?
Yes, I do, yes.
That's so the horse, as it's going around in its peripheral vision, can see that and just keeps you and the rider, it keeps the rider off the wall, doesn't it? So you can go around here at quite high speed. And
so
of course
it was very cleverly built.
very
obviously.
cleverly built. Yeah. Yes. And as you can see, it's in need of restoration. Some of the timbers have rotten and we've got acro props keeping it up. We got a little grant from the Historic Houses Foundation.
Oh, did you? Well
to
done.
do it. Yep. So the idea is that we will strip all these roofs, reset all the timber, rebuild the walls where they're bowing out.
Yes.
And then we're going to reuse this. So the idea, what our kind of vision is here, is to have markets in here, at least monthly. So maybe a Christmas market, a flower fair, an antique fair.
Oh my gosh!
So we could run electric
Antique
around
fair.
the
I'll be
outside.
there.
It'd be good, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
you
mean,
must have a,
oh my goodness.
have a good explore. It's a lovely set of buildings.
This is
isn't it?
definitely, I will definitely.
It's unusual, isn't it?
It's really
It's
unusual,
unusual.
and it's beautiful. It is actually really beautiful.
Good.
I've just had a brilliant day out. I've learned so much about really the detail it takes to run an estate like Dean Park. And it always brings me back that, of course, these estates have these wonderful, magical, historical homes that visitors want to come and see, but it's a running estate. There's old farm buildings that need to be repurposed, yet they're listed, so you have to do them the right way. This is a perfect example right here of an old sort of training riding school, if you like, and it is listed. So it needs to be repaired in the right way. And yes, there are grants available, but the grants only go so far. And you have to work out how you can commercially use these spaces in order to generate income that goes back into the estates. Today is the big day. It's the wedding here at Dean Park. So I put my dress back on to look the part. But I'm first going to check out the gardens because, like so many historic houses, there are usually magnificent gardens attached to them, and Dean Park certainly has some sensational gardens to look at. Right, now you are known for your gardens, aren't you? We are,
Yeah.
yes.
And
It's
we have in the last 9 years produced a few more gardens. This is the golden garden because they all flowers later in the year. So when the long borders are over,
yes,
you can then actually have colour. We've grown sort of local things. We haven't had a designer in. We're just growing things that we know are going to work and survive here.
Beautiful. But this is one of how many?
Well, 5 different coloured theme gardens that
Love
we've got.
it. All right, where are we off to next?
Right, on we go.
Beautiful. Well, this is lovely. I mean, do you come out here as often?
Every day.
Every day,
Every day
exactly,
with the dog.
as you should do.
We're going now into the White Garden.
Okay.
And the White Garden was built in, it was there before, but we revamped the entrance.
Right.
And it's done in memory of Robert's parents. So everything here is white. And there's a little urn tucked in there given by the guides. And then Robert's father's got one there given by his tenants.
It's so lovely. In fond memory of Edmund Brudno, given by the farm tenants, August 25th. It's lovely. And then the other one is for
Mother-in-law Marion,
Mother, yeah.
yes.
Beautiful.
Everything here is white except at the end of April when we have forget-me-nots galore.
Right.
And they were white forget-me-nots, but they've turned back to being blue.
Blue, right.
And I did say to Andrew, hang on a minute, it's a white garden. And his answer was, well, being called forget-me-nots, it's the right name.
Yeah. This is beautiful. This is like an avenue of heaven, right?
It's called the Long Borders, and originally it was part of the walled garden that was built in about 1720. The gardens here at Dean were, obviously during the Second World War, they were all put to grass.
Okay.
And Robert's parents started to formalise the garden back as it was. And these wonderful borders here were half the size, and they took advice and they doubled them in size, which is why they're so luscious and rich
Right,
and
yes.
full of colour. But everything we do here as a garden is that it's an adjunct to the house. It's not a separate garden that's, you know, beautifully designed
Right.
and all that. It grows with the house. So everything that we have here, and we do only have 2 gardeners, is self-seeding. And they go along and weed, obviously they keep it going and replant.
How wonderful. It's absolutely beautiful. This is enormous.
It is enormous, and we change all the flowers within it. And the flowers that we're planting now seem to be changing much more into sort of warmer, hotter plants. 10 years ago, I knew you'd never have put a banana plant out there, but now it thrives.
It certainly does. So where we are now is called what garden?
It's called the Four Seasons Garden.
Okay.
I think this was here originally, but it wasn't planted out with this wonderful beech hedge that we have. And the colouring in here is a sort of mixture of white and blue and red. So it's rather a royal garden, actually.
Yeah, it is a
isn't
rather royal garden.
Yes.
It's fantastic. And this would have been a huge kitchen garden. Is that right?
We've got records in the 1850s where they had 18 gardens just in the vegetable gardens. I just want to show you this building here. It was built by the 7th Earl of Cardigan, and it's where he entertained his lady friends. Yes, there's some stairs at the back that go up to what was his bedroom. Yes.
Oh my, so he built that as his escape, as his little hideaway.
Yes.
There you go. Right. Oh,
And now we're going to head up here.
Okay, let's head up here. Fantastic. Okay, so I'm standing on where people will get married. This is your 3rd location.
This is the very first of the 3 locations.
The first, okay, right.
Yes.
So this location came first, and you decided to put this in, people can get married here, yes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Weather dependent.
Yes, yeah, of course. And then what, chairs would come out here?
Chairs we put out there, and then they go straight into the marquee behind.
But to have 3 wedding venues is incredible on an estate. And they're all different, and that's what's so wonderful. You've got the lakes, and then this one you called...
The walled garden.
The walled garden.
Marquee, yes.
Marquee, the lakes, and then the woodland.
And this traditionally has been the most popular, and we're sold out here for next year. Because of licenses, we can only hold a certain amount. So
right.
2023 booked.
So originally, though, this would have been, again, part of the walled garden.
The 3rd Earl of Cardigan, when he came back to Dean eventually, discovered that fruit and vegetables had to be brought in from the neighbouring estate at Blatherwick. And he was so shamed by that, he started at a brick kiln, and they built these 7 walled gardens.
No.
And it's just incredible that They're still standing, these walls, which are all listed. And then at some stage they were used for growing Christmas trees and breeding pheasants, and I believe there was a tennis court here once upon a time.
Well, it's brilliant. It's absolutely fantastic. Come on, Minta! Come on, Minta! Come on, Minta! Each generation adapts the gardens to the tastes and needs of their time. Robert has joined us to explore the jewel in the crown here at Dean Park. Well, this is glory right here. Tell me about it.
This is the main best bit showing off of Dean Park Gardens. This is called the parterre that Robert's parents put in the 1980s. And they got David Hicks to design it. And it's based on the Serlio design, which we have throughout the house, of a square and a circle and a square.
Right.
And the whole theme of this garden is purple.
Now, Charlotte, I want to just point out something a little bit further along.
Something to do with lozenges, I'm guessing.
It's just something as I was staying here and I was walking around and I was like, oh, I spotted that coat of arms all on its own.
That is the Montague one, because
Yeah.
there's nothing Brunel added to it.
Exactly. I know.
Yeah, so that was done in honour of Mary.
Mary, yeah.
Montague.
There we go. Incredible. Yeah, I know. So like I said, we're family.
Indeed, indeed.
Wow, well that was a real treat. And I can see now, well, you know, it's all these layers that Dean Park has. You know, you've got the history of the house, but then you've got the living history, your own stories, but attached to that, and part of the fabric, really, of the building are these extraordinary gardens. And then you've got the wider estate. It's wonderful, though. Wonderful.
I've got one more garden to show you.
Yes.
Round the corner, which is a rather special.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
Let's go to that. Let's go to that.
This is the east front of the house, which I think architecturally is the most interesting side of the house. This is Mrs. Roberts' pink rose garden, which I have put in as my gift to Dean, my legacy to Dean. And it's pink because there are too many men in our house, and I love pink. And it was designed particularly because originally, once upon a time, there was a chapel that stuck out. That was the monastic chapel, the medieval chapel that you saw the arch coming through
Yes.
to. And to the right of it was a knot garden of herb, a herb garden in the shape of a cross.
Okay.
So that's what we've done here, is a shape of a cross.
Oh, you've done, yes.
And what we did here was we've put pink lavender.
You put pink lavender.
And the colours of the roses greyed out from dark pink to pale pink. And they're all chosen because they're named after people we love.
Oh, they are?
So Rosamundi for Godmother Rosie.
Right.
Sophie Splendida for Godmother Sophie. And
Fantastic.
this, as you can see, is a haven of bees and
Yeah,
butterflies.
I can see them. Yeah. Obviously, I see a lot of coat of arms here. It's the carvings are beautiful.
Lots of Brudnels, shamrocks, which is the Tresham.
Right.
Tresh for
Yeah.
3.
Yeah.
So this side is pre-Montague, I'm afraid.
Well, this is wonderful. And I love that we've sort of done this fantastic garden tour, but we've ended with you.
Oh.
We've ended with
I'm
your
clashing
garden.
terribly with
No,
my
it's
pink
great.
roses.
I love it. You stand out, Charlotte. You stand out. So these historic houses rely on, of course, visitor income, the tours, the events, but weddings are a huge part of income for these historic houses in order for them to restore, to repair, and to preserve this part of England's heritage. And Dean Park is no different. I'm really excited. The marquee's right here. I'm gonna get stuck in and see all that goes on in preparing for this huge wedding that's happening here tomorrow. All right, this is the big marquee right here. I'm about to meet Georgina, wedding coordinator here. So they're getting prepped for this enormous wedding. It's all very exciting. This is a fantastic marquee, by the way. Whoa, and it's huge. Hello.
Hi, lovely to meet you.
So nice to meet you. Thank you so much for letting, this is enormous.
It's huge, isn't it?
I can come in and see what's happening. But
I'm sorry.
That's right, don't be sorry. I'm all about kidding out and making sure that this floor stays squeaky clean.
There we go.
Until tomorrow.
Come in.
Great. So this is an enormous marquee, isn't
Huge.
it?
This is the biggest we've had at Dean Park so far. We are one a week at the very most,
Right.
so we can give our couples the full week's attention for the build-up, as you can see, that's taking place here.
Oh my goodness. 'Cause I know weddings are a big business.
It is.
For historic houses. I mean, we have a wedding business as well, and it's big for us, and it's because it's a way to generate income that can then go back into preserving the estates.
We keep it very exclusive, so we can give our couples the time that they deserve in the planning of their weddings and the setup. But with the other 2 sites now coming along, we'll be able to take a few more weddings on because the Woodland site is so far away. It's a self-contained venue in its own right. We'll be growing, isn't it?
Yeah,
magical. Do you see the wildflowers?
Oh yeah, it was
so pretty.
We saw. I was with Mark. We saw so many bees on the thistles, and it was incredible, and butterflies.
Tomorrow, the DJ will be setting up. We've got a big screen going behind the dance floor with the DJ booth and all the lights on the stage here in the front, so it will change a bit tomorrow. Crystal Group are in at the moment, setting up all the decor. So they're setting up all the VIP tables in the middle here, and all the centerpieces.
Okay, so these
are the family tables.
Right. And then this is all the guests. Now these centerpieces are rather extraordinary.
Aren't they beautiful?
Yeah.
We're final touches today. So this is Daisy from Fuse Marquees.
Hello, hello.
She's steaming all the drapes today to take all the creases out.
So you've got to go all the way around.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. Oh my goodness. I know what it is. Can I just have a little go? It's quite fun, isn't it? It's quite fun, isn't it? But look at that. There's something about a steamer. Do you know what I mean? It just sort of makes you proud because you're like, oh my gosh. But how's your arm going to be after this?
All right, to be honest.
Will it be?
I'm well
You're well practiced in steaming. I mean, it does take some time. You know, this is. So have you just started here?
Yes.
Yeah, it's okay. Daisy has a long way to go. You can do this occasionally, right? Give yourself a nice little facial there.
The next step, so tablecloths have gone on, centerpieces will go in place, then they'll dress the VIP tables in the middle.
Right.
Then that's the decor team done. I make that sound really quick and easy. They'll be here all day.
So with the preparations for the wedding well underway, it's time to head inside to help get ready for our dinner party this evening.
All right, I have to be honest, Lynn, that I have been waiting all day for this. You know, when I've gone to dinner parties before, I've always been impressed with the napkins. I've tried it many, many times myself, and I haven't been able to do it. So I've been told to come and find you because you know what to do.
That is the napkin ring. I'll show you how to make.
Yes. How do you start? So you've got the napkin
here. So you get the napkin, spray it with starch.
Yeah.
And then iron it all out. Fold it in half.
Right.
Spray it again.
Okay.
You fold
here
and iron it.
Yeah.
And then another one.
Another one.
Iron.
Iron.
Flip it over.
So two flip over.
Flip it over again.
Okay.
And then you
fold.
just roll.
Okay, you've made that way too easy. So it's like a fold in half, and then 2 little folds, and then a fold in half and a roll.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, should I have a little go?
I think you should.
So I'm just gonna start on like a clean slate here. Okay, now, fold in half.
Fold in half. Spray again,
Spray again. Okay. One fold and iron.
Just iron, yeah.
Just iron. Okay, one. And then another one.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, and then I do that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna flip it over.
Yeah.
Okay. So should I go?
Yeah.
Like that? Whoops, whoops.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, fold up here. Then I'm gonna roll, and then I roll up. Okay, roll.
And there you have your napkin ring. Okay. Perfect.
Lynn is kindly doing a Birds of Paradise napkin just for me in my honor. All right, here we go. Iron it all up.
And you fold it in half.
Okay.
Spray. And you fold it into a square.
Okay.
You fold each everything up.
And then you iron.
Iron.
Spray.
Yeah. Iron. Then you fold and iron.
Okay.
Then you fold that over, and then you just do that.
Right.
And then you take each little...
Oh my gosh. And now I see why you had to starch them.
Yeah.
In between each of the folding crease. That is beautiful. Okay, I love that one. That was brilliant. So exciting that I was able to do that. And I can definitely take that back home. I'm gonna remember that. Fold in half, fold, fold, fold in half.
Yeah.
Roll.
Yeah. And that's nice at Christmas as well, because you can put a little bit of ivy.
Yeah.
Or holly.
Or holly in there.
Yeah, in there.
Or even mistletoe if you have some.
Mm.
Yeah. Thank you, Lynn. Next up, polishing the silver. So can I lend a hand?
That would be marvellous.
One of the things I do like to do is polish silver.
So would you like to polish one of these?
This must be Bruno family silver here.
I believe that was a wedding present, Mrs. Bruno?
Yeah.
Yeah. And there's a pair, you see.
Oh, yes. Are these just really more like features?
Yes.
Just features on the
cock
table?
pheasant sits up by Mr. Brunel, and the female by Mrs. Brunel.
Right. I think it's brilliant. By the way, I'm polishing this.
Well, maybe you should wear one.
Maybe
of
I
these,
should. I was just thinking. I don't know if I'm.
Get your
I kind of want to. You know, I'm all about being kitted out. There's something quite meditative about this.
Yes, there is. Yeah, it's part of our deep cleaning regime as well. It probably takes us a good week to polish all the silver in the house.
Yeah. And how often are you polishing?
Just once a year.
Just once a year. That's that's about what we do as well.
Yeah.
What do you guys think?
I think you've done a marvelous job.
Yeah, great job. Is that all right? Okay. I mean, you can definitely tell a difference of the shine. All right, ladies, are we finished? It's rather fun, isn't it? Then the big test for me, setting the table. Anytime I do get left to set the table without my husband, he does come around and check it. In fact, we just had a son's 21st birthday, and I set the table for that. But it all looks so beautiful when it's said and done. So I'm going around and I'm just making sure there's sort of one thumb distance so that when you sort of look down here, and this is how I always, when I do mark it, when I look down at the one end of the table all the way down, I want to see like a perfect line. I think there's one I might have to move up here, just like a tiny bit that's bothering me. The thing about formalities is that if we don't keep them up, they will get lost. And it's not that we're doing this all of the time, but it's about carrying on these traditions. And times, of course, have changed, and luckily they have, and many of us just have lovely suppers in our kitchen. But I think, you know, every once in a while, being able to set the table properly, I think it's a real art, and I think it's a thing of beauty, and I think it's wonderful just to be able to be in such a beautiful setting around, you know, friends or new acquaintances and having a really proper dinner party. So it's my last night here at Dean Park, and we've set up for a dinner party.
The dinner is in the dining room. I cannot wait to eat in there, but it's just been an extraordinary time here at Dean Park. And this is the wonderful thing about these historic houses. Yes, they're open to the public, and we love opening them to the public, having visitors come in and tour all the rooms. But of course, they also need to be lived in. This is really living history. So I'm really excited to be able to dine with Charlotte and Robert and have a dinner party in the dining room and use the rooms occasionally and put new energy and life in them. So I feel like I'm going off to a ball. I'm not, but I feel like I am, because let's face it, I'm in a castle and I have a turret there for my bathroom. Something about drawing rooms. They're like no other rooms in the world. This, oh my goodness!
They're really called withdrawing rooms, and they're where the ladies withdrew to when men were carrying on drinking port round the table.
And having cigars.
So that's why they're always
cigars.
They're always so exquisitely beautiful.
So tell me about this drawing room.
Well, this drawing, originally, it had silk hangings, and we've got a small remnant left in the corner over there.
Right.
And then Robert's parents found this exquisite American wallpaper.
No.
It's not silk, it's wallpaper. And they put the filaments over it so it looks like it's silk. This room, being a withdrawing room, has got portraits really mostly of women. We've got Anna Maria, and then we have Mary Tresham, Mary Brudenell, the first Countess of Cardigan, my absolute fave-rave. She was the one who held the fort during the Civil War when everything was taken, the books, the pictures, the furniture, and everybody skedaddled, and she was left here being fined 4/5 of her income.
Oh my goodness. Do you feel that she kind of saved the place?
She really kept the home fires burning.
I love that you said that this is where, you know, the drawing room is because this is where the women used to withdraw. But you have really made it, you know, women, sort of empowering women around here.
Well, I'd love to say I made it, but in fact it was Robert's mother who made it. What is the most beautiful thing in the room are these portraits we've got, which are painted by Paul van Sommer, and they're known as the Brudenell Tresham portraits. There's nothing to do with the Tresham. I think they're all sisters.
So you want to find out who they are.
Of course
and so this
I
is
do.
another project at Dean.
It is my exploration phase, yes.
It's one big research project, isn't it?
And it's such fun because, you know, interior decorating changes the whole time. Research becomes more and more easy to do. I've just looked up something and found that there's a book I can read online for what I want the information for. And so as information progresses, we learn more, and sometimes things change.
Yes.
And what you think is written in ink is yes, not the person you thought they were.
Right, and you have to change the narrative and the storytelling.
Yes.
But and that's what's so fascinating. I mean, it is utterly beautiful.
It's an elegant room, isn't it?
It really is.
And here is our good health to you for coming all the way from beautiful, beautiful Dorset.
I know, you are a Dorset girl.
Up to Northamptonshire, which we absolutely now love.
Yep.
And thank you for taking the time to come and see us.
Thank you. This has been...
And to understand and to share our joy of Dean.
I'm in love with Dean, okay? Let's just say that.
Good,
And it's brilliant. So thank you both, and cheers.
Chin chin.
Chin chin. And so Robert, Charlotte, and I reflected on my visit over dinner and raised our glasses once more. Thank you both so much.
It is so much our pleasure to have you. You lighten up our life, and we just think it's fabulous that you appreciate Dean, which we so appreciate.
Yeah. I appreciate it I appreciated it before because I am, you know, a lover, if you like, of historic houses, but I appreciate it now more than ever because coming here, you get to really see how it all works together. And it is, in one sense, a big jigsaw puzzle, but you have the team in place, and the team so looks up to you, and you have the two of you who just immerse yourself into making sure that the pieces are in the right place and that this carries on for
Well, I'd
the
just like
future.
to make tribute now to the fact of our three wonderful trustees.
Yeah.
Because they let us go out on little adventures, and they are so supportive.
It's amazing.
And thank you. We could not survive without them. So I would like to pay tribute to them.
Yeah, and you must, because trustees are so important, especially in this, in where we are today with historic houses. So cheers, shouldn't I give?
Indeed.
Cheers. Thank
Chin.
you for a really, truly spectacular time. And the following day, before I head home, there's time to take a peek at the wedding celebrations.
It's so exciting. The bride and the groom have just arrived, and they're here to do some of their photos, of course, with Dean Park as their backdrop. So far, so good with the weather, and I got a sneak peek of her, and she's absolutely beautiful.
Mapperton House in West Dorset has been the ancestral seat of the Earls of Sandwich since the 1950s, when the Montague family moved here from Hinchingbrook House in Cambridgeshire. This part of Dorset has always held a very special place in the family's history, so I head to the archives to trace the origins of the Montagues and explore our ties to this beautiful part of Britain.
When I married into the British aristocracy, it was the start of a wonderfully exciting journey. But it was also a little daunting. I became a Viscountess, and for an American girl from a small town outside Chicago, that was quite a shock.
I live with my husband Luke, heir to the Earl of Sandwich, and our family at Mapperton House in Dorset.
Living in a place like this is a joy, but also a challenge. And every day we're aware that we're preserving a very special part of Britain's heritage. Mapperton has opened up an extraordinary new world for me, and I can't wait to share it with you all.
So if you love castles and manors and stately homes as much as I do, please join this American Viscountess as I journey into the British countryside in search of some of Britain's finest historic houses.
Well, here I am again looking through the archives, but I've brought in a special guest, you, my husband, because I'm hoping you can help me with something. It's, you know, your family is just, it's like this journey of discovery. Every time I head into the muniment room or open up a letter or find a book, I have more and more questions. And so today I'm hoping you can help me. I found this book that was made for your great-grandfather, George Montague, the 9th Earl of Sandwich, by his sister, and it's fantastic. These ancestral tablets, I mean, it's beautiful. It's a work of art. Have you seen these before?
I have never seen this before, and until you've shown me. And what seems extraordinary about it is the time that Olga, who was the sister of my great-grandfather, spent putting it together, because it doesn't just trace our family tree, it has all the related branches of other families, and it shows the kind of interconnectedness, and it does it in 3D because you've got these little windows here where you can see through and have people on multiple pages.
So that you're understanding the connection.
You're understanding the other family trees, because everybody wants to show off the fact that they're connected with all these other aristocratic families. You can see that we've got the Hardwicks, Earls of Hardwicks, we've got the Duke of Bolton on another page.
So you know all these sort of shields here, don't you?
Well, I know some of them. But what's so fascinating about what you've uncovered here is the lineage going back beyond the first Earl of Sandwich. The Earls of Sandwich began, as we know, in the 1600s.
Exactly.
But obviously the Montague family goes back much further than that. In fact, we go back all the way to William the Conqueror. And if you trace back what we can see on this page,
yes,
you can see we've got Sidney, then we've got Edwards, Thomas, Richard, William.
All these Montagues.
There's generations of Montagues going all the way back.
Yes.
To the time of Henry III. And you've got William Montacute.
Yes, so I can see where the name changes. So I see Montague, 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 and then there's a...
It starts to become Montacute. What you've got to remember is that in those days, spelling there was a lot of variation, a lot of fluidity.
Right.
Montague probably came from Montacute and vice versa. Sometimes there was an E on the end, sometimes there wasn't.
But what's interesting about this is that we get back to William Montacute. Now, he, I believe, was the grandson of somebody called Drogo de Montague. And Drogo de Montague was a French nobleman who came over with William the Conqueror from Normandy. And there is a place in Normandy called Montaigu-les-Bois, which means Montague of the woods.
Right.
And Mont-Aigu in French, Mont, hill,
yes.
Mountain, Aigu, sharp hill. So Drogo de Montagu came over, but the story gets really complicated because he came over with William the Conqueror.
Give me a year.
In 1066.
Thank you.
And as part of the Norman conquest. William the Conqueror was William Duke of Normandy.
Yes.
And he was best friends with Robert, who was the Count of either Mortain or Moreton, again a name that was spelled in different ways. And that chap, Robert, was given the town, the area around what is now Montacute.
Which is very near to here.
Which is very near to here.
Yes.
Drogo was given land in Somerset, near somewhere now called Shepton Montague.
Oh my, which again, still near to here.
But this other chap, Robert, eventually gave Drogo de Montague Montacute and a place called St. Michael's Hill. And St. Michael's Hill is also a pointy hill.
Right.
So you've got a pointy hill in France and you've got a pointy hill in Somerset. And somewhere between those two pointy hills is the origin of the name Montague.
Well,
but what's most fascinating, of course, is that one of those pointy hills is quite close to here, and we've never been.
So you're telling me right now that I can trace this back, that really that is the place in Somerset, could be the origin, if you like, of Montagues as we know it today.
I think it almost certainly is.
That ancestral tablet was fascinating, but I decided to go a little bit deeper, and I went through the entire archives where I found something absolutely extraordinary, the family tree, all the way up to the 4th Earl of Sandwich in the 18th century. The tablet shows the entire Montague family tree, how we came from Montacute, and how we're related to King Edward I, and also William the Conqueror. You may be wondering where the Montague lozenges, which appear on our coat of arms, originate from. So I asked my father-in-law, the Earl of Sandwich.
The 3 diamonds signifies the mountain reflected in water. Montaigu, the sharp mountain, the Norman French word. And the eagles come from the Mont Therma, much earlier connection from the Middle Ages. And the coronet above.
And the coronet above.
Seeing the archives, and of course speaking to Luke and my father-in-law, has put me in the mind to go in search of the site of the Norman castle of Montacute.
I'm rather excited because I am here in Montacute, and right up there is what I've heard, the site of the original castle. So fingers crossed, but you can see it's quite steep. I've got my wellies on, I'm kitted out, but what is also astonishing as I look around me is just to sort of, here, I'm walking on the land that was once owned and then of course walked on by my husband's ancestors nearly 1,000 years ago. So come along with me, get some wellies on everybody, get your breath switched on, that's for sure. We've got a hike. Breathing, breathing, breathing. I'm loving these 2 trees here. And of course, sometimes I wish I could go back in time and become a tree surgeon and be able to tell how old these trees are. But Probably not 1,000 years old. However, probably the path that my husband's ancestors walked. Now, I hope you've been breathing. The key is to make your exhale just a tiny bit longer than your inhale. It works. All right, I see a clearing. Whoa. Oh my goodness. Wait till you see this, everybody. It's magnificent. Yay, everybody! We've made it to the top. And this was, of course, the site of the original Motte and Bailey Castle, which was built right after the Norman conquest. And those Normans, they were clever. They chose this spot to showcase their political presence, but also this is the perfect vantage point right here. Now, standing behind me, this tower was built in the 18th century. However, over the years, the castle decayed. And the last thing that was kept standing was the chapel, but that decayed as well in the 16th century. It was gone. So in its place, in the 18th century, was built this folly. And I can see a door, an entrance, it's open, so I'm gonna head on up.
For me, it was so amazing to stand on the site of the original Norman castle keep and see where the Montague family originated from in the 11th century. I cannot believe it, but yes, the Montague name technically is 1,000 years old. Not far from Mapperton, across the fields in this beautiful corner of West Dorset, is the estate of Hook Court. This estate was once owned by the Montague family. Many of you know that we had to leave the family ancestral seat, Hinchingbrook House, in 1955, and we ended up here in Dorset. But why? Well, there is a reason why, and all is explained by my father-in-law.
Well, this is very exciting because we are in the newly decorated, renovated muniment room, which is the archive room. And
I cannot believe it's the same room it was. It's completely transformed.
And it's
wonderful.
It's wonderful and it's comfortable as well. So around us we have now a lot of the archives of the family, and one of the archives that I came across when I was moving things out and then back in is, of course, this connection that Mapperton now has, if you like, the Montague family here at Mapperton has had with Dorset, and that is because of what's called the Bolton Estates. And can you explain that to me a little bit more about how this land, I think it was about 5,000 acres at one point, which is adjacent to Mapperton, came into the hands of the Montagues?
Yes, I mean, it was originally the 5th Earl of Sandwich's marriage that brought that Hook estate in, but they didn't have it for all sorts of reasons, tangles with lawyers and so on. Right. And there were two sisters, not twins, but two who inherited the estate, and that's why it took almost 100 years for it to become properly partitioned, and the part that was inherited was Hook Estate.
Was the Hook Estate. And I've seen all of the coat of arms at Hinchingbrook in the library where it's impaled, because you would want to marry somebody of a noble family. So the 5th Earl married, was it the Duke of Bolton's daughter, a noble family?
Mary Paulet, yes, that's right. And the Duke of Cleveland was the other part of the family, and it was his daughter who was the other heiress. And it really is still too confusing to describe. But the important thing is we didn't get some of it. We got Hook Estate, and I think Devon was the area of much of the rest of the property.
Right.
Devon and further north into Somerset.
Right. So the 5th Earl, we can say in one sense, married a Dorset Devon girl. Is that correct?
That's right. She was certainly connected, but it was also around Hampshire and Basingstoke, we call it now, Old Basing House.
Yes.
Also was a Paulet headquarters, but
right.
that was not in the family. That went separately.
So the 5th Earl, and might I add, I always like to say this, was the 4th Earl's son, the 4th Earl, who is, probably
well known.
Is very well known. He marries the Duke of Bolton's daughter, Mary Paulet, and here what I have found is the Bolton estate. I found this as I was putting the archives back, and this, of course, describes what was in the Bolton estates. And if I just go to the summary page, you can see here, there is where Hook is mentioned. And I recognize a couple of these farms because I think they're still part of Mapperton Estate. Is that right?
Well, running down the list, obviously, Hook is no longer itself part of it, or Toller.
Right.
But we have retained Northport and some of Powerstock and some of Witherston.
Yes. So I just thought that was wonderful just to see this, and to make sense that there is a connection and really a long association of the Montague family down here in Dorset.
Well, we go back to 1760s, that sort of time, the marriage of the fourth Earl's son, John, the 5th Earl.
I am planning on visiting Hook because the building is still intact. It's beautiful. And I think that's where, when we look at this visitor's book, and I found Alberta's name, must have been her first visit in 1906, 1 year after she married George.
Oh, yeah.
But they would stay in that building. And that's what I wanted to ask you. There are sort of carvings of not only the carvings from Duke of Bolton and perhaps those 3 swords, but are there sandwich carvings as well?
Well, they were brought together in the shield. I think that was why.
Oh my
Can I
goodness.
just have a look at this?
Yes, of course. Ooh, well,
which is Alberta's?
Right here. So Alberta Montague, October 2nd to the 15th.
Oh, that's amazing. So that was her first entry.
That was her first entry.
Yeah.
So I do feel that Alberta even has a presence here as well. You know, she was coming to Dorset, and we can see from this book.
But Hook, I think, was really only a shooting home for them. It was a second home from Hinchingbrook, and they would invite the sort of families who had shotguns and came for maybe only 2 days and go back again.
Right.
So it was important as a staging post, but it was never a senior property for the family.
I will let you know what I find when I go and visit Hook Court, and I'll be sure to take some photographs for you as well, especially if I can find sort of the Bolton and Sandwich Montague together. Yes. Here in the staircase hall at Mapperton, right behind me, is a gorgeous painting of Alberta Sturgis, the 9th Countess of Sandwich. And it was painted by Ambrose McAvoy, who was considered the society painter of the early 20th century. And every time I walk around the staircase hall, I feel that Alberta's watching over me. I recently came across this letter in the archives that honestly, I was so excited about. And she wrote this while she was at Hook Court. So you can see the letterhead says Hook Court. It's October 12th, soon after her marriage to George Montague. And she wrote it to her, my beloved brother, Hollister. She writes, "This is such a heavenly country, very hilly, high hedges that almost meet one's head, now black with blackberries, and such lovely thatched villages. She then continues to write, I met yesterday our neighbors at Mapperton Court, about 4 miles from here. Never in all my life have I seen a small Elizabethan home so beautiful. She continues, all old oak and wood paneling, diamond panes, creepers outlining every window, clematis, lavender, and honeysuckle. And when I found this letter, there really aren't any words to describe the emotion that I had knowing that Alberta not only had visited Mapperton, but also said never in all of her life had she seen a more beautiful Elizabethan manor. So there's a part of me that feels we were meant to be here. Oh my goodness, I have arrived at Hook Court, again, once owned by the Sandwich Montague family, but also, you know, I'm walking where Alberta walked. This is where she stayed. And I now know that she stayed here in 1906. The first time she came here was, of course, referencing the letter that she left us was in October 1906 when she wrote to her brother and saying what a heavenly country it is. Now, what's interesting, what I see right away is the Duke of Bolton's coat of arms right there. So it has the 3 swords and very, very weathered, as you can see, but definitely you can make them out. So that's fascinating to see that. And just looking around the building, these windows, beautiful. And the color of the stone is very similar to Mapperton. And this does represent the stone around West Dorset. But I am looking for any other carvings that would, you know, tell me that the Sandwich family Montagues were here. Now I do, there we go. I was about to say, I do know that the 8th Earl of Sandwich, who came here, again with King Edward VII, he liked to show off his power. In particular at Hinchingbrooke, there's a lot of his markings there. And lo and behold, we have found one here. You can see Sandwich, and of course, showing there are the 5 sort of balls. Even though a coronet for an earl has 8, when it's facing straight on, you see 5 of them. And that says 1873, and then with a big S for Sandwich. So I know he did a lot of repairs and restorations to Hook Court. I almost feel as if this door, Alberta would have walked through this door, absolutely. But it really is beautiful and heavenly country as Alberta described it. I mean, if we just walk over here, there's this lovely pond here, and very much like Mapperton, if you like, just kind of in the middle of nowhere, very remote, lots of bird song, beautiful heavenly day. And you know, I do wonder if I've come across any more letters of Alberta at Hook Court, which I'm sure I will. Be interesting to see if she swam in here. I mean, as many of you know, I'm a big cold water swimmer, especially at the pool, the 18th century pool at Mapperton. So I do wonder if Alberta was a swimmer herself. But it really is absolutely magical here, and I can see why Alberta did enjoy coming here and thought it was splendid, absolutely splendid. Well, I think those are the 2 markings that I was really looking for. One of the Duke of Bolton and one of the Earl of Sandwich. And that's that marriage, and it all sort of happened here.
Oh, I might just do a little walking now, because I think Alberta would have done that as well.